Kamigawa Neon Dynasty products are available for pre-order now at CoolStuffInc.com. Use the promo code CGB5 and you'll get a 5% discount on your order and a sweet Covert Go Blue Wolf token for free. Pre-order now at CoolStuffInc.com. Cool stuff in stock. Set review. We're going to talk about all these cards as they could be played in sets like Standard or Alchemy. And Meotian of Blooming Dawn, 5, white, 4/6, legendary creature spirit, rare. And when it enters the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it, if you cast it from your hand, remove an indestructible counter from this card. Create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token for each permanent you control. This is a throwback to the Meotians that entered the battlefield with, I think they were like indestructible counters, and then you removed them. The white one blew everything up. It was the same cost. Is this a commander card? Not in the set. Why do they have the commander cards here? I'm on the wrong thing. Cool. This isn't going to be cringe at all. Ancestral Katana, 1 and a white artifact equipment. Redo the intro? Never. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may pay 1. Whenever you do, attach the Ancestral Katana to it. Equip creature. +2/+1. Equip 3. Too expensive. No. AO, the Dawn Sky, 3 and a white, 5/4, legendary creature, dragon spirit, mythic, flying Vigi. When it dies, look at your top 7. Put any number of non-land permanent cards with total mana 4 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on to the bottom of your library in random order, or put 2/+1/+1 counters on each permanent you control. That's a creature or a vehicle. I want to love the dragons. I want to love the dragons. I think it will be a mistake to put dragons in most of your constructed decks unless there is a free sack outlet that you can comfortably use in this set that's very consistent. And I don't want like a witch's oven, maybe something Woe Strider-ish, and I haven't seen one, so we're really on the watch for it. But Fading Hope and Vanishing Verse really take a bunch of hype out of the dragons. But even if we don't get it in this set, maybe in the next set, just free sack outlets that are cheap and are pretty good. Be on the watch for it. Immersturm Predator kind of comes to mind as a dragon that does get around Vanishing Verse, and then you can play another dragon and sack it to the Predator if they try to exile it so that you get the death benefit. So that could be fun, although it's not ideal because you'd have to tap the Predator and then maybe you don't attack with it. So there's some timing things there. I want to love the dragons. The death effects are really cool. And honestly, I do want to play them in a manner where I get this powerful thing on the board and then I can sacrifice it whenever I want to. And there's something powerful to take away from that. So look for free sack outlets, but I would not craft these and I would not play these until cards like Vanishing Verse and Fading Hope rotate, aren't popular, or you have a free sack outlet. Banishing Slash is a white for an uncommon sorcery. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature. If you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. It has a heavy white requirement, and it is sorcery speed, so those are 2 things that aren't great for removal, but it has flexibility that means I'm probably never going to play something like a Disenchant ever again. Fracture didn't see a ton of play, although I had fun with it as a one-of. It could hit planeswalkers as well as artifacts or enchantments, but being able to hit a tapped creature is a pretty big deal, and the chance to get a samurai is a pretty big deal. Vanishing Slash is going to see play somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. I'm not sure. There are enough, though, like enchantment and artifact between vehicles, enchantment creatures, and sagas. There's enough that you'll get a 2/2 samurai sometimes. And if you do, that's just pretty amazing value. Also, the kind of growing presence, right, of Wedding Announcement and other enchantments, especially in Alchemy, where Divine Purge doesn't hit them, means you do have to have some kind of an answer. So I think this card will get played in a few decks. And probably not aggressive ones, because destroying tapped creatures isn't nearly as good, but probably mid-range and control decks are going to play this card a decent amount. You'll see it around. Blade Blizzard Kitsune is 2 and a white for a 2/2 Ninja Fox double strike. Limited card. Born to Drive is 2 and a white. Enchantment aura. Enchant an artifact or creature uncommon. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1 for each creature and or vehicle you control. So getting buffed for creatures and vehicles is interesting. But then there's the channel. For 2 and a white, you can discard it to make 2/1/1 pilots. And the pilots in this set, tokens, like they crew 2 higher than their power. So they like crew for 3 at the 1. And this is just a way to make a colossal plow happen, if that is a thing you want to do. There's a lot of good vehicles, but I don't think there's enough reason, enough inspiration for the pilots. I could be wrong about that. Looking over the vehicles in the set, though, they inspire me not to play cards that make pilots, but to play cards that are just really good creatures that can kind of mix with the vehicles well. And we saw this the last time vehicles arrived when there was a serious vehicle theme. That was Kaladesh. What ended up happening is the best vehicles just got played with other best creatures, not a million trying to make vehicles happen. So Born to Drive, probably not going to see constructed play outside of memes. Brilliant Restoration is 7 total mana, 3 white sorcery, rare. Return all artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Super powerful. Can just create an overwhelming amount of value that can win the game if you use enough enchantments and artifacts and have ways to get them into the graveyard. Probably going to build a theme deck. Probably never going to be what the format revolves around, but probably a really fun experiment on the side. Think Dance of the Manse. We're kind of bringing back some Dance of the Manse vibes here. I'd only craft it if you're this type. Go craft it if you need that, but it's never going to run the format. Cloudsteel Kirin is 2 and a white at rare. Equipment Kirin, it's a 3/2 flyer. Equipped creature has flying, and you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. And it reconfigures for 5. So reconfigure is spend 5. Attach it to a thing or unattach it to a thing at sorcery speed, and when it's attached, it's not a creature. Did we want... I mean, I don't think this card is good. Remove a 3/2 flyer for 3 shouldn't be that hard, but I see a lot of casual games. People don't understand how games of Magic are in casual. Both players show up with no removal in their deck, just trying to see how much life they can gain. And I feel like one person does this and the other person is just raging, what's going on? I have that negative 50 billion life. Why won't they die? And I don't know if we needed that. I don't know if the servers needed more of that. There's probably some hexproof thing that you could equip this to and make things difficult for your opponent, but I don't think it will ever be a serious part of the format. It's a weird effect to just make sure it's in the format. I don't know who the audience is for this card, but they must really love some kind of a Platinum Angel build around-y thing. I don't know. Not sure. Dragonfly Suit is 2 and a white, 3/2 flying with a crew 1. I mean, it ain't Smuggler's Copter. It's a limited card. Then we've got Iganjo Exemplar, which is 1 and white for 2/1 enchantment creature human samurai. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. If this got +1/+1 counters, I think it would be playable. +1/+1 until end of turn isn't inspiring to me, so I think this is a draft card. It's not going to take the place in standard of Luminar Gas Pirate anytime soon. Sayonara, 4 white. It's farewell. Sorcery, rare. Choose 1 or more. Exile all artifacts. Exile all creatures. Exile all enchantments. Exile all graveyards. Is it worth going to 6 mana? Is it really worth going to 6 mana to exile all the things that aren't planeswalkers, I guess? It definitely can be. I have been really happy with Devastating Mastery from time to time. I do think missing Planeswalkers is a pretty big deal, but it does mean you can build your Super Friends decks in a way to play this, get rid of the key to the archive, the wedding announcement, and all the creatures that your opponent has and their vehicles, and keep a planeswalker around in a perfect world. And hitting graveyards is not nothing. It's a very interesting one for sure. It definitely is sort of a blood on the snow trump. Very powerful. I think that this is going to have spots in the format and spots in some control decks, like 1 to 2 copies will be showing up from time to time. I don't think it's a steady player. It's a meta player, and it'll be here now and then. I would give it like, a B- if I were grading on that kind of curve. It'll see a little bit of play, but it's not going to define the format, I don't think. It will definitely have its moments, and it'll be a fun one to use. Go Shinte of Shared Purpose, 3 and a white for a legendary enchantment creature, Shrine, with vigilance, and it's a 1/3. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token for each shrine you control. Shrine stuff and their creatures. They took away 2 of the best things about shrines. 1, shrines were good because they aren't creatures, so they're likely to stick around. And 2, you have to pay the 1 to get the ability. Shrines were great because they were free. But the people who like shrines are psychos. They just want more shrines. They're happy with any. They don't care if it does anything cool or not. They're just like, more shrines. I get so many triggers on my turn. It's so exciting. So, Go Shinte of Shared Purpose is going to make shrine players happy and going to make constructed players roll their eyes. This is the way. Golden Tail Disciple is a 3-mana 2/3 lifelink. It's an enchantment creature. Fox Monk. Nope. Pass on to you. Hotshot Mechanic, though, might be standard playable from the uncommon position. This is 1 white for a 2/1 artifact creature, Fox Pilot, and when it crews a vehicle, as though its power were 2 greater. So 2 of these can make a colossal plow. Just saying. But, 2-mana 2/1 does have times when it's playable. I don't think now is particularly a good time for them because of Shambling Ghast and cards like that. But I think that there's a world where this hits really well, like one of these can crew a chariot. That's pretty cool. A 1-mana chariot crewer can make a difference in some games. So I wouldn't be surprised if this made an impact to play with some of the other vehicles. Although, is there going to be any vehicle in this set that's better than chariot? Probably not, but we will try to find it. Imperial Oath is 5 and a white to create 3 2/2 samurai creature tokens with vigilance and scry 3. Nope. Imperial Recovery Unit is 2 and a white for a 3/4 vehicle, uncommon. Whenever it attacks, return target creature or vehicle with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Crew 2. Creature or vehicle mana value 2 or less from graveyard to hand. If it went to play, it would be playable, but yeah, another limited filler. Imperial Subduer is 2 and a white for a 3/2 whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, tap target creature you don't control. Cease your pathetic struggling. I want to run it for the flavor text. Or I just, I don't have to. I'll just steal that line. Let me write that down on my book of quips. My notepad that gives me all the cool things I say in videos, and I don't even remember to say them in the moment. I just edit them in later. Editor just adds these things. Whenever, that's the rules text. Okay, let's try it again. Cease your pathetic struggling. Yeah, that's a good one. Mono white is going to get a lot of that. All right. Intercessor's Arrest. 2 and a white, enchantment aura, enchant permanent, enchant creature can't attack, block, or crew vehicles. Its abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Didn't we have this? Wasn't there a, card that did this with vehicles? Had a different name? Maybe the activate abilities thing is new? It is enchant permanent, and its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So, do I understand this? You can enchant a Field of Ruin and it can't ruin a field. You can enchant a Planeswalker and it can't tick. Am I right about that? It's a weird thing. Okay, so this hits all kinds of stuff. I mean, there are niche cases. It is enchant permanent, so this can enchant a creature land and creature land no-go brr. It's kind of weird. I mean, it might have a niche just because it's never really dead. Every deck needs something to do something, unless you're Key to the Archive Approach of the Second Sunning. But the ability to like turn off a Planeswalker is pretty cool. This card might surprise some people. It might be in more places than you'd expect. Invoke Justice is, there's a cycle. I'm just going to say, like one white, but it's hard to hear, but the four mana symbols there, 5 total mana. Invoke Justice, rare, sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield, then distribute 4 +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures or vehicles target player controls. It's a lot of stuff. And I think since I saw this, my favorite idea has been Velomachus Lorehold to make it so you can cast permanents that cost 9 or less, such as Alrund's Epiphany with it, and just take those extra turns. So there's kind of potential out there for an Invoke Justice Reanimator. The mana's hard to do, but Key to the Archive handles half of it for you. It even discards the card into the graveyard potentially, so really good with Key to the Archive. And the 4 +1/+1 counters can be really, really interesting as well. Like you can get back like a Planeswalker or a key, but then put counters on some tokens you have from your wedding announcement. I don't know how many of these you play. If you're not building specifically around some kind of a Reanimator Jutsu, which is, let's be honest, it's never usually a very good, like, top-tier deck, then if you're playing this for value, you just need a decent amount of creatures on the battlefield. I don't know, you could play 1 or 2 of these. Quad white is hard, but you're not going to play it in white aggro anytime soon for sure, because it's too high in the curve, too expensive. But it feels like maybe making the mana won't be as hard as we think it is. We'll see. There's plenty of dual lands now. There might be more in the future. It might get easier to cast. Kitsune Ace is a 1 and a white 2/2 Fox pilot. Whenever a vehicle you control attacks, choose that it gains first strike or untap this. Pretty sure that's a limited card. Kyodai, Soul of Kamigawa. 3 and a white 3/3 flash flying legendary creature, dragon spirit, rare. When it enters the battlefield, another target permanent gains indestructible for as long as you control Kyodai. Kyodai gets +5/+5 until end of turn. When you spend Wooburg, it's open-ended. Commander card, I think having the commander cost in there so that you can just play a 5-color dragon deck without leaving kind of the Kamigawa-ish block, and maybe you can stay on theme without going out and getting another Kenrith or something like that. Commander good, I guess, but this is the standard review. So is this a playable card? It might have a moment. It might have a place where you run 1 or 2, but the activated ability will probably not be activated in standard. So it seems pretty bad, to be honest. Like Glorious Protector tried to do something similar where it just like hides the creature. This isn't quite a Restoration Angel either. It's a little bit, it's significantly better than Glorious Protector, but I still don't think you're going to find a lot of room to put Kyodai in a deck. It's hard to picture what that will be, but it is relevant types. Dragon and Spirit Matter. We'll see. I'm curious, what do you guys think of Kyodai? Does Kyodai get play? We will find out. Next card is Light the Way, 1 and a white. Instant, choose 1, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle and untap it, and return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Pretty cool little instant here. There was one whose name I'm blanking on like this that saw a little bit of fringe play from Forgotten Realms. It was like +1/+3 or return this card to your hand, and it wasn't terrible. And the +1/+1 counter is permanent, and that's not too bad. The untapping it is useful, like untap your Oswald Fiddlebender, go off. But Light the Way, it might surprise some people somewhere, but it's nowhere near a staple.
Light Paws, Emperor's Voice. We've got a Legendary Fox Advisor for 2 mana, 1 and a white. It's a 2/2 rare. Whenever an aura enters the battlefield under your control, if you cast it, you may search your library for an aura card with mana value less than or equal to that aura, and with a different name than each aura you control, and put that card onto the battlefield attached to Light Paws, Emperor's Voice, then shuffle. I mean, you have to attach it. Yeah, you have to attach it to this card. So you can't fetch removal like Deadweight or Pacifism or Curses. I mean, you can cast one of those to then go fetch, but you don't want to fill your deck with both when you're not able to fetch things. So it is like, how much boggle can you get onto this thing? How big can you make it? How many abilities can you make it? Voltron Commander is what I get for it. This does not sound like a standard playable card. I think I'm full passing on Light Paws, but we'll see. I mean, here's the thing. You definitely need a critical mass of powerful auras at costs that tutoring them is good, and that you don't have like 4 of each for the most part, because you'll run out of things to tutor. Or you need like a set of like, if something has these 2 auras, I win, So be on the look for that, but I doubt this is going to make a huge splash in the format, and I wouldn't craft it. So Lion Sash is 1 and a white for a 1/1 artifact creature equipment cat at rare. This is the new like scavenging oozy kitty cat in white. A white mana open-ended, exiles target card from a graveyard. If it was a permanent, you put a +1/+1 counter on the Lion Sash. Whee! Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on Lion Sash, and it reconfigures for 2. So it's low cost, and it comes in as a 1/1, but as long as you have permanents in either graveyard that you can exile, +1/+1, it does build itself up. And you can attach it to other things to kind of get a little more payout. Like if you attach it to a lifelink creature, you gain a bunch of life, that kind of thing. You attach it to Menace and you have evasion. This card, I think, is okay. I'm not incredibly hyped about it. Scavenging Ooze was a good role player, and it saw play in mono green, and it did have things to do in the graveyard, and this will have things to do, but I have trouble picturing running this in mono white right now. It seems like the other cards are better. It does pair pretty well with Luminar Gas Pirate, where you can put the +1/+1 counters on the Lion Sash, and then when you reconfigure it, you can basically put more +1/+1 onto it without having to do the exile thing. But I mean, that's just kind of okay. I'm really medium on this card because my conservative nature says not to craft it. It's less powerful than the other white cards, but I also can definitely see in metas and situations where it's a good role player, and having one or like having 2 maybe in a deck sounds okay. I think you don't want to draw like 2 or 3 of these in an opening hand ever, because they just kind of cannibalize each other's ability to be useful. I think if Lion Slash speaks to you and you have an idea of how it will solve problems that you have, remember, there's no Uro now. Like Scavenging Ooze eating Uro was a big part of why it was good last time around Standard. If we have a graveyard thing that needs to be solved, you can go in and craft this. I wouldn't craft this until then. I think you're just better off with the different creature. And of course, you can play it in multicolored decks, but I like starting with something like mono white because it just tells you whether or not the rate is good. And when you think about it in mono white, you're like, nah, it's a little slow. It's pretty slow. The card might see play somewhere, but it probably won't be a tier 1 spot until it has a really good reason to hit the graveyard. All right. Light the Way. This is... Nope. That's the wrong one. Lucky Offering. 1 white for a sorcery. Destroy target artifact with mana value 3 or less and you gain 3 life. You better really hate cheap artifacts, and the fact that I can't hit Key to the Archive means that the Alchemy players are not going to bother. I have a feeling Lucky Offering won't make the cut when there's so many more versatile things that we could play. March of Otherworldly Light. Speaking of versatility, X white instant rare. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may exile any number of white cards from your hand. The spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value X or less. Exiling cards from your hand sounds bad, but so does dying. Dying is bad in Magic too. And as a control player, I've had plenty of times where I cast, say, a Discover the Formula. I have 1 mana open, but now I'm just going to die. But if I could have discarded 3 cards to stay alive, I might have been able to stabilize from there, because now I have a hand with like 2 or 3 really good cards that help me recover. So while paying the exile cost, it reads bad, right? You read this and you're like, that's terrible. But it doesn't mean you'll never do it. And the fact that it's okay to kind of good without that, it's like just a overpriced but instant speed and versatile removal spell if you don't exile anything. But it is instant speed. Like, that's pretty good. And exiling an artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value X or less is very strong. In my opinion, control decks and aggro decks can use this card. I believe like 2 copies. Like if I were going to do it, I would craft 2 copies. I'd run them in both aggressive decks and unaggressive decks, because if you think about it, when you're trying to beat the opponent down and you just need to move that blocker, and you can discard like another card to pay the cost and get it done and then kill them. That's great too. So I think this card's very good, but I don't think you want a ton of them. I think where this card gets kind of bad is when you draw too many. Now, you could say just exile one to the other, but it's just like when you have 2 of these in your hand, your options are much more limited than if you had this and a Fateful Absence, for example. So I wouldn't be cutting Fateful Absence for this. So I think it's a 2 of. I would craft 2 and I'd use it in a lot of white decks. Anything where you might need to kill something. Sounds like a pretty common situation. The Moth Rider Patrol is 1 white, 1/1 flying, 3 and a tap to tap target creature. I mean, there are people out there that are just like, oh my god, it's another 1 white for a 1/1 flyer. Hallelujah, you guys have fun. I don't play like 1 mana, 1/1 flying in standard anymore. Norika Yamazaki the Poet. 2 and a white for a 3/2 vigilance legendary human samurai. When a samurai or warrior attack alone. Can we just call it the samurai ability? When a samurai or warrior samurai, you may cast target enchantment from your graveyard this turn. If it cast it for free, it would be nuts, but it doesn't. You have to pay for it. So it's like a cool saga theme card, but it's not resilient. So it's probably attacking to its death. So this card is a no way. A 0 for me. I crafted 0. See how I'm kind of slipping back into the crafting guide, even though I set out to do a set review? Habits are hard to break, but a lot of people like the crafting guide, so why not? Let's own it. Regent's Authority. 1 white instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchantment creature or legendary creature, instead put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So a +1/+1 counter for 1 mana is apparently busted. They have to put a limit on that. I mean, I guess enchantment or legendary isn't particularly hard. It's just that the legendary I want to hit this with is Thalia. And Thalia makes this cost 2, which means it's not worth it. So 0. I'm off it. I'm off it. Repel the Vial is 3 and a white for an instant. Choose 1, exile target creature with power 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment. Too expensive. 0. Selfless Samurai, 1 and a white, 2/2. Whenever a samurai or warrior does the samurai thing, it gets lifelink. And this is a Fox Samurai. Sacrifice Selfless Samurai. Another target creature you control gets indestructible until end of turn. You will never take the place of my dog. Never. But it does have the sweet ability of a selfless savior. And it also has this kind of lifelink thing. Like on its own, it gains lifelink when it attacks alone. But it can hand that off to bigger and badder samurais and warriors. Cards that can sacrifice whenever they want at instant speed, like at no cost, usually turn out to be better than you think they are. Selfless Savior, though, the thing about Selfless Savior, it was half the cost. People really like try to compare 1 mana to 2 mana cards pretty often, and they don't bring up the fact that they literally doubled the cost here. So that makes it a lot worse, but that doesn't mean it's unplayable. So I'm trying to think of decks where this would be absolutely sweet and awesome, with things that you want to protect, and also would love just a 2 mana 2/2 with a little bit of lifelink here and there. I think this card will see play somewhere, and it's an uncommon, so crafting it is no big deal. Just craft 4 and try it out. I certainly will. But like, I'm trying to picture like a black-white sacrifice, like triggers when things die kind of thing. A card that you can sacrifice for free for a good effect is very useful. This card protecting Blood Artist and Alchemy is kind of exciting to me, because how often does your Blood Artist just immediately die? So yeah, this card will find a home somewhere. Seven Tail Mentor is 3 and a white for a 2/3. Next. Skyblessed Samurai is 7 mana for a 4/4. Next! Spirited Companion is 1 and a white for an enchantment creature doggo. And when it enters the battlefield, draw a card. I don't know what dog I love more. A 2 mana 1/1 that draws a card, or a 1 mana 1/1 that literally sacrifices itself for another creature on the battlefield. I don't know who the bestest dog is anymore. Like this is a Blue Mage's favorite dog right here. Draw a card. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of places you play it. I mean, you can play this with Teleportation Circle for people who really enjoy things like that. Chat is mauling because I skipped the Samurai. I'll go back and then I'll tell you why you're wrong. So the Spirited Companion, though, this card is pretty darn good. I just don't know, once again, like what kind of deck we want to do. Maybe the full Blink deck will return and we'll have something like a Yorion with this someday. Maybe we can play this alongside Wedding Announcement and cut Professor of Sim blah blah blah. Professor of Sim blah 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 was fine, but the problem with the Professor is like you go get like an Environmental Sciences, and then you're kind of priced in that your next turn is Environmental Sciences, play land, nothing else to progress the board. With Spirited Companion, you can play this, then play Wedding Announcement, and you're in a really good spot. If they don't do something, you might draw cards for the next couple turns because this can attack with the other 1/1. Also, like this, you can get this back with Agadeem's Awakening. You can get this back with all kinds of ways. So the Spirited Companion will find a role, and it's a common, so craft away. Probably more of like a 2 of in most decks than a 4 of, because you just don't want to have to play this later in the game that much. But as an enchantment creature, there's also enchantment synergy that you're going to be looking for. All right, so apparently people are like, the Skyblessed Samurai has affinity, so it's 7 mana for a 4/4, but it's actually 1 mana for a 4/4 because this spell costs 1 less for each enchantment you control flying. Wow! So you're telling me all I have to do is get 6 enchantments on the battlefield, and I can have a 4/4 flyer for 1. How does that go with what I did with all these enchantments? Like, I mean, it's like the definition of a win more card. I mean, yes, you can live the dream and play it for cheap, but at that stage in the game, you have the mana to play it for more if you want it anyway, and it doesn't actually do anything like with Hallowed Haunting, like you made a whole bunch of creatures already anyway. Like, I don't get it. I don't get why we would play this card. It doesn't draw cards. If it drew cards, it would be nuts, you know? So, yeah. This is a limited card, and you might play it for like 5 mana, and it's amazing and limited, but there's no way that we're probably going to standard this. Sunblade Samurai, 4 and a white, 4/4 vigilance. Enchantment creature, human samurai common. Channel, discard it, search your library for a plains, reveal it, put it into your hand, and you gain 2 life. So Environmental Science is at home. This is going to sound stupid. I'm actually giving these cards a serious look for Alchemy and maybe Standard, because it raises the converted mana cost of the deck against Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Channel cannot be countered. No, there's like a bunch of these cards, and I'm just like trying to think, if I play these with Seagate Restoration and Amiria's Call and some of these, can they just not win with Tasha's Hideous Laughter? Like they copy Tasha's and they, exile 10 cards and they're like, oh, that's kind of what I'm looking at. This is also an easy way, like Channel's an easy way to get these enchantment creatures in the yard so that the white sorcery for 7 mana brings them all back. Something Restoration. It was way back there, like Blessed Restoration, I think it was. So I'm actually looking at these harder than I probably should for a card that's not likely to see play, but it is a common, so crafting it won't hurt you. Touch the Spirit Realm is 2 and a white for an enchantment, uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target artifact or creature until Touch the Spirit Realm leaves the battlefield. Channel, discard it, exile target artifact or creature, 1 and a white, return it to the battlefield under owner's control at the beginning of next end step. So, banishing light, but only for artifacts or creatures. Discard it, blink a thing. Only an artifact or creature. It can be the opponent's, so you can get rid of tokens. It can be your own stuff to save it. I think this card's versatility makes it playable. Probably not more than a 2 of, but I think it is a keeper, and I think it will see some fringe play in spots. Again, Channel getting these enchantments into the graveyard, making Blessed Restoration or anything else that plays or casts enchantments from the graveyard a little better, fills the graveyard, makes it a little better. Hitting artifacts and creatures will hit a lot of what you want to hit, although enchantments have become, of course, as you can tell here, pretty popular. I think Touch the Spirit Realm has an opportunity to do some cool things. You can blink your Key to the Archive when they try to destroy it. That's going to feel real good. So yeah, it's a very nice, uncounterable flicker. I'm into it. Let's touch the Spirit Realm every now and then. The Wanderer's Intervention. Yeah, I craft, it's an uncommon, craft 4, but I think 2 is the number you'll see here and there in a couple of decks. Wanderer's Intervention is 1 and a white instant, and it deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Well, it's sick Wanderer art, but it's Gideon's Intervention. Like, exactly. But we killed Gideon, so we can't reprint that card. So we had to make a new card. 4 damage is not bad, but we have better removal options. I actually play Gideon's Intervention a lot. I had like 2 Gideon's Interventions in a number of control decks just because you didn't have good removal in that format. But things are better now, Fateful Absence is not bad, and we got the new March. The March of Otherworldly Light, and I think those eat up this spot pretty easily. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody ran one of these in a deck somewhere, but... The Wandering Emperor. I really hope this card is good. 4 mana total, 2 white, 3 loyalty, legendary planeswalker, mythic, has flash. As long as the Wandering Emperor entered the battlefield this turn, you may activate her loyalty abilities anytime you could cast an instant +1. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. It gains first strike until end of turn. -1. Create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. -2. Exile target tapped creature. You gain 2 life. Can you tell I'm hyped? I mean, you can play it in a defensive way and exile an attacker, and that's pretty freaking awesome, like all these dragons. You can play it in a defensive way, make a 2/2 and ambush block something. You can play it in a defensive way and plus to get a +1/+1 counter on your little spirit dog, and then it first strikes the opponent's 2/2, and you're like, yeah. I mean, this card is really good at applying pressure to the opponent too. So you play it on their turn, but then you untap and you use the +1, and now your creature is a little bigger with first strike, like above rate. That's really strong. So this card is going to play serious mind games with the opponent, where they might even be afraid to attack with something that they should attack with, but they don't want to lose it, And the fact that it can ambush a small creature or exile a big creature is going to make combat really miserable for them. So, but is it good? Does it have, it does have a pretty low loyalty. You can play it and plus it and then untap and plus it again if you have a creature to do that with, and it can have 5 loyalty. But man, the idea that it can get hit, by like a burn spell, if you just play it and minus it, the opponent can just 1 damage it, maybe with a Chandra post combat, is pretty brutal. And I don't know if it's worth it for 4 mana all the time. As good as the card has, it's a situational card. that's good in a lot of situations. So how many do you play? Usually when a card is situational, I call it a sideboard card or a one of. There's a ton of situations, so maybe it's a two of. I mean, I think I would craft two of them and see how it plays, because I think that I can see myself being overhyped about this card pretty easily. But I think it's probably the largest like impact to a wide variety of decks card that White has, and probably White's best mythic. I either want 2 or 3. Is it 2 or is it 3? Leave me a comment. I like to prefer on optimism when I'm actually excited about a card, so I'm just gonna, I would go with 3 here. I think that the reason you don't really want 4 is because stranding it in your hand is pretty bad. Like, if you need you need this with a creature a good amount of the time. Not absolutely, but this is definitely better with a creature, right? If you play this with no creature, and then you -2 to exile a thing and you untap, you have to plus and get no creature, and then the next turn you can minus and get a 2/2 creature, and the next turn you can plus. That play pattern is not good. So the fact that you don't want to draw too many of these, you need creatures with it to make it good, I think makes 3 pretty good. Somebody in chat says, I go with Paulo Vitor Damarosa reasoning, try 4, then 3, then 2. That's what I do. When early on in the format, I completely ignore my own advice and I craft 4 and try it out most of the time. The reason that we don't do that in the crafting guide, though, is because a lot of people are, wild card conscious, and they want to know, is this worth my wild cards? Like, that's the big question about new cards on Arena. So we're not going to tell anybody to craft 4 and then take them out if it's not that good because they got scammed. And this is what we do here. We're trying to dodge the scam. Like, that is my purpose on these set reviews, is to keep you from getting scammed. And that's also a good way to watch the video. You can see if a card is good or not and cut it. Anyway, when we were young. Man, if my voice weren't hurting, I would just burst into full-on Killers karaoke right here. Anyway, 3 and a white, instant, uncommon, up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control an artifact and an enchantment, they gain lifelink until end of turn. I mean, it's 4 mana instant, potentially +4/+4 and lifelink. Not the worst thing I've ever seen, but definitely limited. Definitely limited. Acquisition Octopus. 2 and a blue, 2/2 artifact creature, equipment octopus. Whenever this octopus or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, reconfigure for 2. Too expensive. Those cards don't really work anymore, and this is a long way from a curiosity. Anchor to Reality. 2 and a blue sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature, search your library for an equipment or vehicle, put that onto the battlefield. It's a keyword, and shuffle. If it has mana value less than the sacrifice permanence value, scry 2. I mean, 4 more chariots in your deck? If you just sacrifice some thing, just like a token, you just go get another chariot and just, you sacrifice a cat from that chariot to go get another chariot when they deal with it. Maybe something like that. Phaedrus, thanks for that tip. It's a very nice tip. I don't think so, guys. I think that in Commander and in larger formats, this opens up a lot of space, and there might just be something broken in Standard. And Chariot is trying to be that card, but even then, I'm not convinced that you want to play multiples of these, like to make sure that you have a Chariot on a regular basis. You don't really want to sacrifice your mana creature, although I might sacrifice my Prosperous Innkeeper on turn 3 to go get a Chariot. Maybe there's room for 2 of these, but I don't think it's going to be played for like the reason of just grabbing some massive equipment or vehicle and taking over the game, I think there's room for like 1 or 2 of these. Armguard Familiar, 1 in a blue, 2/1 that has Ward 2. It's an artifact creature equipment beast, because why wouldn't it be? And the equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has ward 2. Reconfigure is 4. The 4 is really high. The mana cost is really low. So you play this, like, man, if a 2/1 could actually get in and hit, this card would be pretty good, because removing it would be pretty hard. Ward 2 on a 2-drop is good. But I see this getting blocked way too easy. I see reconfigure never really happening. The card doesn't quite add up for me. I'm passing on this one. Awakened Awareness. Yeah, it's woke, guys. It's like MTG Twitter. It's totally woke. X blue. Enchantment Aura. Uncommon. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters the battlefield, put X +1/+1 counters on enchant permanent. As long as enchant permanent is a creature, it has base power and toughness of 1/1. So you can enchant your opponent's thing and just make it a 1/1. You can enchant your own artifact. Why would you enchant an artifact? You enchant an artifact and you put X counters on it and it has base power and toughness 1/1. Why would you enchant an artifact with this card? Because it doesn't, as long as it is a creature, it has this and that. But when it enters the battlefield, you put X counters on it. It doesn't turn an artifact into a creature. I mean, you can put it on a vehicle, and then when the vehicle transforms, so you need something else to turn it into a creature. This card doesn't turn the artifact it enchants into a creature. Yeah, but it could say enchant creature or vehicle if they just wanted it to apply to vehicles. So, this card's weird. It's weird. And it doesn't lose all abilities, so making it a 1/1 isn't like commander good. I don't get this card. I thought you were going to gain control of it, or I thought you'd turn the artifact into a creature. Yeah, this card I think is not. I think it's just kind of out there and just better to play something else. I'm just going to play something else. Covert Technician. This is the person who does low key. They dress just like this and look exactly like this and behave this way. The person who does all the technical behind the scenes work for the stream. This is basically my director right here. Always wears this cat suit too. 2 and a blue, 2/4. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Artifact creature, human ninja, uncommon ninjutsu 2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may put an artifact card with mana value equal or less than the damage from hand onto battlefield. Too narrow. It's too narrow. Sorry, you ain't playable. Just keep working behind the scenes. Next card is Discover the Impossible, 2 and a blue instant. Look at the top 5. Exile one of them face down and put the rest on the bottom in random order. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost if it's an instant spell with mana value 2 or less. If you don't, put that card into your hand. Okay. That's pretty cool. You get a little bit of the Salundi Vision Impulse type effect, but if you hit, like, if what you needed was a Fading Hope or the Absence, Fateful Absence, or just some other cheap card that you can deal a lot of that deals with the opponent's permanent, and you hit that with this card, you can play it for free. Or you can grab like any other card, land or whatever, WinCon, Key to the Archive, right? And just put it into your hand. I mean, that's awesome. I think that there's a space for this card, but I'm not sure how many to play. I mean, this is another one that probably maxes at 2 of and maybe is a 1 of. It's kind of weird that Wandering Mind is a good amount of this effect with a body and doesn't see a ton of play. I think this card is a good 1 or 2 of, though, in certain decks. But I don't know if there will be room for it. That's the thing, right? This card looks cool, and you can picture the times when it's good and useful. But how do you make room for it? Are you going to play this instead of the potential WinCon that is what is it? The card that shuffles 4 cards back in. I haven't played enough of it lately, I guess. Witness the Future. are you going to play this instead of Witness the Future? Because it occupies a lot of same space. Are you going to play it instead of another card we're going to see that for 3 mana has kind of an effect that can counter a thing or help be something else later? It just feels like this is the kind of card where you can picture all these cool ways for it to work, and then it gets outmoded. It just gets pushed out of the deck by other things that do more of what you really need. So I'm off of Discover the Impossible because I don't think there will be room for it, even though I think it's a very cool card, and I'd like to be wrong. Disruption Protocol, blue instant, counter target spell at common. Oh, wait, there's more. As an additional cost to cast this, tap an untapped artifact you control or pay 1. So 3 mana cancel or 2 mana counter things if you have an artifact to tap with it. It's not as good as Metallic Rebuke, which could be a 1 mana counter. It's not as good as all the other cancels in the set because it requires an artifact to do what it came here to do. So for me, Disruption Protocol is a very narrow card for a very narrow deck. Fortunately, it's common, so you can craft it and find out for yourself. 2 blue, uncommon instant for Essence Capture. This is a reprint. We've had Essence Capture on Arena before. Counter target creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Where does Essence Capture fit the current meta? I think that Delver of Secrets is like trying so hard to be good. And it would be nice if it was mono blue, but it probably can't be mono blue, but this really likes mono blue. And the early game mana isn't quite clean. Like you can play turn 1 Chill Land, but it's tapped. You can play turn 2 Pathway, but then it's on blue for the rest of the game. This is, I think, a lot harder to cast now than it was with Shocklands and Checklands. And even then, you didn't see it in multicolor decks very often. So if there is a mono blue deck, like this will get played in the mono blue deck, but it's asking a lot of things to go perfectly right. However, we can start a mono blue deck with 4 Delver of Secrets, 4 Spell Pierce. It was my preview card. Spoiler alert, it's back. 4, you can run some number, like 3 maybe, Essence Captures, and we can run various other blue cards that make people miserable. The card I was trying to get the name of is Fading Hope. Fading Hope, a very good tempo card. And it has some scry to help you flip your Delver. So maybe there's a mono blue deck. I feel like we need 1 or 2, Delver needs help. Delver needs a BFF, like a good BFF, and there's a Delver deck. All right. Futurist Operative is 3 and a blue for a 3/4. Human Ninja. As long as it's tapped, it's a human citizen with toughness 1/1, can't be blocked. Untap it. So the story here is you can attack with it. It turns into an unblockable 1/1. Then you can untap it, and haha, it already attacked and you didn't block it, and it hits for 3. And maybe it works with ninjutsu, but it's a limited card because it's way too expensive. Futurist Sentinel. This is a cool robot. 3 and a blue for a 6/6 with crew 3. Straightforward. Straight limited. Go Shintai of Lost Wisdom, 1 and a blue, 0/4, flying. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of shrines you control. Yeah, another win con shrine. This 1/N creature form. The Shrine Gamers will love it. It's a no for me, 0 for me. Next card is Guardians of Oboro, 2 and a blue, 3/4, Defender. I can probably stop there. Modified creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have Defender. Pass. Limited, 0. Invoke the Winds. We get the Invoke spell for blue, 1. Quad blue for blue. Sorcery rare. Gain control of target artifact or creature. Untap it. Yoinking is good. Yoinking on a spell is pretty good because the opponent can't get rid of it like an aura or a creature that's holding it there and get it right back. But 4 blue is a lot. 5 total mana is a lot. Tempted by the Auric was 3 blue and 1 and saw basically no play, even though there's a lot of 3 mana or less creatures in the format. So the fact that I actually have a lot of trouble seeing Invoke the Winds being a serious player. I would craft 0 for now. I think that the format's going to have certain requirements for this thing to really matter, but maybe it will peak as like a 1/2 of, where you just, if you went first or ramped in some other way and the opponent plays Key to the Archive, you just yoink it. That's pretty hype. So yeah, yoinking has a place. I just struggle to see how this one is going to really break through. Jingataxis, Progress Tyrant, 5 and a blue, 5/5, Phyrexian Praetor, mythic, legendary creature. Whenever you cast an artifact, instant, or sorcery, copy it. Copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. You can double yoink with Invoke the Winds. That's so insane. You can have 2 keys to the archive. You can have 2 of whatever, 2 wraths. That sounds terrible. Don't do it. Anyway, the ability only triggers once each turn. Whenever an opponent casts an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell, counter that spell. The ability only triggers once each turn. So the first thing the opponent tries to do each turn, if it's an artifact, instant, or sorcery gets countered, just shut them down. This card also does double Allrun's Epiphany all on its own. Because we needed more of that. Like, there just hasn't been many ways to do that. Jingataxis. Is there a world? So we have a few things. If we had a way to search for a creature and sneak it onto the battlefield, that isn't very popular anymore. Reanimation jutsus, though, there still seem to be a few of those lurking around. What's the Alchemy card that they actually reduce the cost of that reanimates? If you were able to, and it's like instant speed for 1 of the mana. So yeah, assemble from parts. So if you can like turn 3 or 4, assemble this from parts, like, and the opponent wasn't expecting it, maybe they tapped out for key to the archive and now they can't cast any of their spells, is so brutal. It's so brutal. Absolutely disgusting. And then there are other things you can do, like make a copy it with Dollhouse of Horrors. So this is a powerful reanimation effect. Here's the problem. It's a better like prison reanimation effect than Hullbreaker Horror, but is it a better reanimation target at its core than Hullbreaker Horror? Because Hullbreaker Horror, as long as you have spells, like that card just levels you. I think that this is more of a jank overlord, but I think Hullbreaker Horror is probably the better way to go. And I'm sorry. But Jingataxis, there's no way I'm not going to try to do something with it. Honestly, though, I'm going to advise the mythic conscious people at home to craft 0. Because this might not be a serious player in its time in Standard at any point. It's totally possible. Like, that world exists. It's not that far of an alternate universe. Just kind of too expensive. Next, let's talk about a big flying blue dragon. 6 mana, 6/6, carry the swirling sky, 4 blue, mythic, dragon spirit, legendary creature, flying with ward 3. When it dies, choose 1. Return any number of target non-land permanents with total mana value 6 or less to their owner's hands, or mill 6 cards. Then return up to 2 instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. Potentially a draw 2 spells. Maybe some other mill synergy kicks in. Potentially bounce a whole bunch of stuff. Potentially. The dragon review continues. I'm giving the dragons, the monocolored when they die do this dragons. I'm giving those dragon spirits a 0 until we have a free sacrifice artifact like outlet that's really good. It's really, really good. That's what we need in our life. We need a free sacrifice outlet that is greater good, kind of good. And then we can look at the dragons. Not until around then. Shout out to some of the other streamers in the chat. How's the one James doing today? In there hitting us with a wisdom. Deathsea stopping by. Deathsea, you know this is a constructed review. How did you find my chat? But thank you very much for stopping by. It does warm my heart to see the streamers stopping by. All right, the Blue March. Blue X instant at rare. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may exile any number of blue cards from your hand. So it has, we'll just call that the March text. This is the second one. There is a full-on cycle of these. And then the effect is up to X target creatures phase out. Phasing out, guys. It's kind of in a way, it's like a fog, Things phase back in at the beginning of the controller's next untap step. So it's not like you can do this on end step, untap, keep them phased out, and then sweep the board. So there's no tricks like that. It really does feel like a fog or a cheap way to protect a creature. So, like, for example, do you play this in a Delver deck? Because for 1 mana, you could exile a card and protect your Delver of Secrets from bad things happening to it. Save it from all kinds of removal. That's the fun thing about it. Whereas Hexproof can save a flip Delver of Secrets from a spot removal spell, it doesn't save it from a sweeper, right? But phasing can save it from everything. If phasing resolves, nothing bad going to happen to it it's going to get around all this stuff. So is that a bad thing to play in like your tempo deck to protect a threat that can also buy you a turn? Because when your opponent tries to attack you with 3 things, you just play this and phase them out so you get 1 more turn. It's kind of like a combat related or removal spell related time walk if you do it right. But I'm not excited about it. And I'm going to say not to craft this one. It gets a 0 craft from me because I'm not sold that even with those functionalities and even with the cards we've seen so far, I'm not sure that a Delver type tempo deck is really on the menu. It feels like it's close, but I need more evidence that it really exists. And I've got to say, looking at Invoke the Winds, part of a cycle, and March of Swirling Mist, part of a cycle, it feels like blue got the bad end of both of them. That blue is not winning the cycles. Even their dragon costs a mana more than the white one and the black one. So blue might be taking it on the chin in this set, which is probably not a bad thing considering what Lear and Hullbreaker Horror are doing. But yeah, I'm skeptical of March of Swirling Mist. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a tempo deck that it would enjoy this card. I just don't believe in that deck yet. Next card is Mind Link Mech. This is 2 and a blue for an artifact vehicle for 3. Rare flying. Crew is only 1. And whenever it becomes crewed for the first time each turn until the end of that turn, Mind Link Mech becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature that crewed it this turn, except it's 4/3. It's a vehicle artifact additional to other types, and it has flying. So, wow. Basically, you get to copy abilities with this thing when a creature crews it, and the crew cost is so low. You don't get to duplicate enters the battlefield abilities, and you don't want to crew it with a legendary creature if you can help it, although hitting the opponent with a 4/3 flyer is far from a failure. So what are we copying with the card? The first thing that pops up to me for sure is Luminarch Aspirant in Standard. The unnerfed Aspirant, I think, is 100% a great Mind Link Mech target because when you have 2 of these going into combat, that's 2 +1/+1 counters and you're cracking for 6 in the air. That's really mean. You can also move the counters onto other things. So if you have another creature that you want to attack with, but it's outsized on the ground, you can just put the +1 counters on that. So yeah, I think that Mind Link Mech and Luminarch Aspirant in Standard is a great way to go. There might be some other fun things you can do with it. Just remember with your suggestions, like, oh my gosh, Redain, double tax, Magda, double treasure. It says non-legendary. I think a lot of people are going to be oopsie on that one. Now, Magda would still give you a treasure, but you're probably looking for a little bit of that non-legendary payoff. I'm trying to think of other cards that you'd really want to copy with this. Like, you can play things afterwards. The problem is that most of the cards in Standard that you get excited about that cost 4 mana or more have enters the battlefield effects. This does not have an enters the battlefield. Like, this doesn't play great with enters the battlefield effects, but it plays great with other things. So I'm really curious to see what we're gonna really try to combine the Mind Link Mech with. Also, cards that say enters the battlefield or attacks, like Graveyard Trespasser, you could play and crew the Mind Link Mech and get the attacks ability with it. It's not too bad. So yeah, this card, what would I craft? What would I craft? It's a wonderful question. And I'm like killing, like I'm providing dead air even thinking about it. I can see a world where this is a very, like this is a serious part of a deck, but I'm not positive. Like, it would need really the right 2-drop to make it a 4 of. You would have to have a really amazing 2-drop to make it a 4 of. I guess, and I'm having trouble picturing it. Like, the closest I can get is Unnerved Ass Pirate. So, you know what? Honestly, I think I'm going to recommend that you not craft it yet, because this is one of those cards. This is one of those cards that jumps off the page when you read it with possibility and like, this would be sweet. But then I'm like, you know what? There's definitely worlds where this isn't very good, where you play this on turn 3, and then on turn 4 you don't have the creature to crew it, or you crew it and it gets killed in response, and just nothing good happens. Turn 4 is not the best time to kind of be penciled into a play pattern. Turn 3 you can get away with it. Like, turn 3 you can lock into a play pattern, and sometimes you'll get there. Turn 4 it's really hard to lock in on a play pattern and expect the opponent not to interact with you, and that's what's gonna happen here. By the way, shout out to Twitch chat. They're literally saying every legendary card they possibly can. Toski, Rahilda, Halana, and Elena. Just keep going. You guys are absolutely killing it on naming cards this does not duplicate the ability of whatsoever. Twitch chat, never change. All right, but yeah, Mindling Mech, just I would say don't craft it right now. But there might be a cool pop-off deck that gets uncovered in the first couple weeks, and then be ready to go in. You know, we'll move in when somebody really sells this. Mirror Shell Crab, 7 mana for a 5/7 with Ward 3. Channel, discard it, counter target spell or ability unless its controller plays 3. This is the anti-Tasha's Hideous Laughter tech that we needed. Now, our counter spells help also affect Tasha's Hideous Laughter. We will not be milled again. Between Amiria's Call, Seagate Restoration, and this thing, they're going to Tasha's Hideous Laughter us for like 3. They're going to hit 3 cards with it, and it's going to feel so good. It is kind of an uncounterable counterspell. Paying 3 is not easy. Also, if you're just playing a Reanimator deck anyway, discarding this can be very good. And that sneaky target spell or ability, right? That sneaky ability, this can counter other things that channel. Counter Planeswalker abilities. It's a little more versatile than it looks. Now, am I ever going to cast a 7 mana 5/7 Ward 3 artifact creature crab and try to win the game with my control deck? Yes, I am. I'm definitely making a video where the only freaking win con in the whole deck and sideboard is the Mirror Shell Crab, and we're gonna do it. It's happening. Lock that down. But look, it's a common. Just play it, craft it. I mean, it doesn't matter what the crafting recommendation is. I wouldn't be surprised if this got people every now and then. In standard, it's going to be a fun card just to have exist. Mnemonic Sphere, 1 in a blue artifact. Sacrifice it to draw 2 cards. Channel it to draw a card. Channels for 1 blue. This is an absurdly cheap, efficient way to get an artifact into your graveyard, but also later in the game get 2 cards out of it. I mean, in an artifact deck, there is little reason not to play this card, right? I mean, it just kind of fits. If you know what I mean? It just kind of fits. If you have cards in your deck that want you to have an artifact on the battlefield, there isn't a great reason not to play it. You can just pitch it for 2 cards later, or just pitch it for 1 card if you need the card now. I bet Mnemonic Sphere will see some use. It's going to be around. Imagine coming to Twitch to tell me I didn't release any YouTube videos today when I literally released a YouTube video today. It's just a commander video. Go watch it. You'll like it. All right. Next card is Mobilizer Mech. 1 in a blue flying 3/4 artifact creature vehicle uncommon. Has crew 3, so expensive for crew. Whenever it becomes crewed, up to one other vehicle becomes an artifact creature till end of turn. I mean, hard to... Up to one other target vehicle. Too expensive of crew, and you need multiple vehicles on the battlefield, which takes the low cost kind of fun out of it. So for me, Mobilizer Mech's a no. I think it's a little too conditional. It's a good power output in the right situation, just too situational. Moon Circuit Hacker. 1 in a blue, 2/1. Human Ninja enchantment creature, Ninjutsu. Whenever, 1 blue by the way, for the Ninjutsu. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card, unless it entered the battlefield this turn. Lame. So, when you first ninjutsu it, you get to draw a card and keep it. Heaven forbid you ever connect again, you have to discard a card. Nah. Moonfolk Puzzle Maker. 2 in a blue, 1/4 flying. Whenever it becomes tapped, scry 1. Just find a way to tap our own thing so we can get that scry 1 every turn. Did it. Nope, pass. Moonsnare Prototype, 1 blue, tap an untapped artifact you control to add colorless. It's an artifact. Well, there's the combo piece. But this card's not bad. It also has channel. 4 in a blue, discard it. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. So a little interaction baked in at an insanely high cost, but a super cheap mana rock that can work with any artifact or creature in blue. Like this plus Magda. We basically extended the Jaspera Sentinel nonsense to Izzet. Did Izzet need the BFF Jaspera Sentinel Magda combo nonsense? There's no way it needed that, right? Why are we doing this? It does force your blue player to play with artifacts or creatures that are cheap, which is not normal. It's not a normal blue thing to do. For control mages or mid-range players, like you don't usually end up with stuff like that. But for aggro-y or combo-y or, really intense artifact-driven synergy stuff that will pop up, this card's going to be a player, and it's a common, so you don't have to spend a lot of wild cards on it. I gotta say, there are a lot of useful commons and uncommons in this set so far to me, compared to a lot of rares and mythics that I'm Maybe it's so that you can afford those alchemy rares and mythics. I'm just saying this stuff now to trigger people at this point. This is deliberate. Moonsnare Specialist is 3 in a blue, 2/2 ninjutsu for 3, human ninja. When it enters the battlefield, return a creature. That is a limited card. Network Disruptor, 1 blue, 1/1 flying. Enters the battlefield, tap target permanent, artifact creature, Moonfolk Rogue. The Rogue! There might be a world that wants something around these types enough to play this. It's got enough going there that this card could find a home. Obviously, it's really good with ninjas. It's really good if you need cheap artifacts for some reason. And maybe rogues are coming back, so... this card gets a maybe for me, and it's a common, so easy to get a hold of if you need it. 1 in a blue instant, exile target artifact or creature for planar incision. 1 in a blue instant, exile an artifact or creature, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter. So it's a common way to blink and get buffer, but I think we need more payoff in our blink. Prosperous Thief is 2 in a blue, 3/2 with ninjutsu. 1 in a blue, it's a human ninja. This one's not enchanted for some reason. Whenever one or more ninja or rogue creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Well, if there's something we know about ninjas and rogues, they get there. And the idea of hitting for 3 and making treasures sounds really good to me. Like this could be a pain in the butt because, I mean, imagine you turn 1, play your Network Disruptor or, Wind Robber, and turn 2, you ninjutsu at this inn and you hit for 3 and you make a treasure, and the opponent tries to kill your creature on their turn and you spell pierce it, or you phase it out with the March. Whenever 1 or more deal damage, it is limited to 1 treasure a turn, but a little bit of mana can go a long way. Like, the mana can be used to protect your board state. So does this make it in the Delver deck? The biggest problem is you don't want to ninjutsu your flipped Delver because who knows when you'll flip it again. But if you want to, you can just recast it because you made a treasure, right? So you bounce your 1-drop with this to ninjutsu it in for 2. You hit for 3, you make a treasure, and you replay your 1-drop if you want to. If you don't have the protection or don't think you'll need it. Like, that's a pretty good mana curve. And then from that turn on, whenever you hit them with maybe your flyer, you're making a treasure, you're ramping. Like, mana is good. And this is an uncommon, so this is another card you can try out without wasting cards, without wasting wild cards. Here's a card we're going to have to waste cards on, the Reality Chip. 1 and a blue, legendary artifact creature, equipment, jellyfish at rare, 04. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as the Reality Chip is attached to a creature, you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library, reconfigure 2 and a blue. I think this card has a lot of cool text and types and stuff and is too expensive because reconfiguring it for 3 and then getting to play lands and spells, basically get Future Sight, play whatever you want from the top of your deck, and then hoping that creature lives and is fine. I think it's too much. I think you're asking too much. This can be your commander, though. Maybe I have to build a commander Reality Chip deck. But this is the standard review. I've been going to the game store too much. Or too little. I'm not sure. Anyway, watch my commander video on YouTube. It would mean a lot to me. We're going to make them better. We're gonna get experience and improve, but it's a series I would love for you to enjoy. Reality Heist is 5 blue instant, uncommon. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal up to 2 artifact cards from among them, put them into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. It's a dig through time without delve, but has affinity for artifacts. So an affinity like draw spell with selection. It's very powerful. But for it to be powerful, it requires a deck where you get a bunch of artifacts, and then the payoff you're looking for is more artifacts. Those decks definitely exist in older formats. The boomers will be all over it. Does it exist in standard? I don't know. I've looked through the set a good amount and I don't see it yet. I don't see the artifact that you want to go dig out of your deck that goes well with your other artifacts absolutely necessary, you know? There's some meme stuff that you can do with this, but this is another card that we'll have expected to be rare that's an uncommon, so we can play around with it without abusing our wild cards. So it's an important card to keep in mind, and if you're building an artifact theme deck for the set, I think you absolutely play this card. But I'm not convinced it's going to make the cut when all is said and done. The Replication Specialist is 4 and a blue for a 3/4 flying Moonfolk Artificer. Whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1 and blue. If you do, create a token that's a copy of it. It's not complete trash, but it is limited. It is limited. It is definitely like a cool commander card, though. Saba Trespassers, 4 and a blue, 3/5 a Moonfolk Rogue Artifact creature. Those stats are limited. Channel, 3 and a blue, discard this, tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. Those creatures don't untap during their controller's next untap step. Yeah, limited. We got any fans of the movie Short Circuit? It was a very different time. Short Circuit, if you don't know, go ahead and look it up on your Netflix or whatever, is a technological thriller about artificial intelligence. Way ahead of its time. An absolute like suspenseful heist caper movie. In which
artificial technology fights for its life against a world that's not ready for it. Okay, those of you in chat who watched Short Circuit, did anybody else cry in Short Circuit? Did you? Did anybody cry during this movie? You did? Ha! Loser, I never cry at this movie. You are weak. We've identified the weak ones in the dojo. Located. I've never cried once during that movie. Not even a little. Not even a little. Short Circuit, 1 in a blue, enchantment, aura, flash, enchant an artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets -3, -0, and loses flying. Sky Swimmer Koi is 3 in a blue, 3/3 flying fish. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Darn it! What if I just wanted to draw one? Didn't want to discard. What a fish. These are the koi pawns of the future. 1 blue, Spell Pierce. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 2. Instant. What an awesome card. Yeah, Delver's Secrets want us to play with this, but even like any deck with blue, if there are enough non-creatures in the format, then you might want to play 1 or 2 of these all over the place, and it's going to be in sideboards. And it's common. This is like, maybe I'm missing it. I'm sure that there's some rares that people are going to really, really want. I think some of the marches particularly stand out to me as rares that you need. But like, there's a lot of playable commons and uncommons in this set, and more than I can remember in other sets. You know what I mean? I think that's true. I mean, you guys will be the judge. I'm the one who just burns wild cards for fun, but you guys are the ultimate judge of that. But I think, like, I get that vibe, and we're only in blue. So, suit up, 2 in a blue, instant. Until end of turn, target creature or vehicle becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/5. Draw a card. I mean, it does say draw a card, but it's too expensive. Tieshi, Reality Architect. This is 2 in a blue for a 2/3 rare legendary creature, Moonfolk Wizard. Whenever 1 or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. X and white, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Return target artifact or enchantment card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a build-aroundy, commandery type card, but I can't see this getting played in standard, although it makes Fading Hope draw cards because we really needed more of that. But I mean, I'm going to try to brew around a card like this, but overall, a 2-mana 2/3 that on its own, and I can't stress on its own when you play it, like just for 3 mana, it's understated and it doesn't do anything, is usually not a card you want to craft early in a format. So 0 crafty. Do not craft. Tamiyo's Completion. 3 in a blue for a flash. Enchantment Aura. This is a common. And it enchants an artifact, creature, or planeswalker. And when it enters the battlefield, tap the enchanted permanent. If it's an equipment, unattach it. Enchanted permanent loses all abilities, doesn't untap during this controller's untap step. I mean, this is the most blue removal ever. Just 4 mana, it's an aura, it's flash, you can do it at instant speed. Your card does nothing, Jon Snow. Nothing. It just sits there and does nothing. But 4 mana is too much to pay for that effect in competitive play. Tezzeret, Betrayer of Flesh, is 2 in a blue for a legendary planeswalker, Tezzeret, mythic, 4 loyalty. And the first activated ability of an artifact you activate each turn costs 2 less to activate. The +1 draws 2 cards. Then you discard 2 cards, unless you discard an artifact card. The -2, target artifact becomes an artifact creature. If it isn't a vehicle, it has base power and toughness 4/4. And the -6 says whenever you get an emblem with whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, you draw a card. That emblem is sick, and it's only 2 turns away, 2 turns after the Tezzeret. The -2 is permanent. The thing you make into a 4/4, the artifact that you make into the artifact creature becomes a 4/4 permanently, and then the vehicle just becomes a creature with its own power toughness permanently. the activated ability thing is pretty powerful. Ways that save you mana can definitely pay off. There's probably a deck for Tezzeret Betrayer of Flesh. Does anybody know what that deck is right now? Because I feel like right now, this is a very medium turn 4 play. But, Colossal Plow, baby. Just permanently transform your plow, attack with it, make mana, do something else with mana. What about Cody? Cody would only cost like 2 mana to activate, and Cody would make 5 mana. And you'd get that effect where you kind of get the cascade into something. I mean, that's pretty gross. Kind of hard to set up, but gross. How about just that you get to use a blood token or a clue for free, right? The first activated ability of an artifact you activate each turn costs 2 less. So, if you have a clue, you just sack it and draw a card, you pay no mana. If you have a blood, you just sacrifice it and rummage and pay no mana. That's not bad. How about equips? You know, you can just equip stuff, and if the equip cost is like 2, you equip it for free. If it's 3, you equip it for 1. That's a big change. Like, there's so many little things that work with this that finding, just kind of exploring the power level of those cost reductions is going to decide what to build around this with. You can also just turn your blood token to a 4/4 and smack their face. I mean, Tezzeret's here to game. So I think this card will have a deck. I really don't know how to build it yet. It's going to require a lot of experimentation. Should you craft Tezzeret, Betrayer of Flesh? I think you already know if you should craft Tezzeret, Betrayer of Flesh. If you're the person who gets excited about all this stuff that you can do with artifacts, absolutely. This is a synergy card, and if you craft it, you'll probably have a lot of things to do with it for the foreseeable future, and something with it I think will be competitive. But since I don't know what that competitive thing is, to the average Magic player who's kind of like, well, do I just need to craft this because I can't win without it? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you just don't need to craft this card if you are, if this one really doesn't speak to you. Thirst for Knowledge, 2 and a blue instant. Draw 3, then discard 2 unless you discard an artifact. Cool card, reprint. Definitely part of the artifact deck, probably like a 2 of, just a glue card to play in your artifact deck to make sure that you get the velocity you need. So, also an uncommon. Thousand Face Shadow is a rare, and it's only 1 mana. It's a 1 blue 1/1. But it's ninjutsu. It's a human ninja, and its ninjutsu is 4. It's 2 and a blue for the ninjutsu, and it has flying. And whenever it enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, that's really specific to way to say ninjutsuing. But if it enters the battlefield from your hand and is attacking, create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. What the hell is this? So you can play it as a 1 mana 1/1 flying, but if you do, you're not going to get the sweet ability of copying things. It's just, but, if you have another ninja, you ninjutsu this back to your hand because it was a 1/1 flyer that was hard to block and it got to do the ninjutsu thing. And then you like ninjutsu in your other ninja, then this is back in your hand. Which means later in the game, you do the other ninjutsu, like you ninjutsu into ninjutsu. And you get to copy another thing and do the fun, I copied my creature and I got this tapped a token. That might turn out really strong. Geez. Wow. I'm trying to think, what can we copy that either hits really hard or creates a ton of value as soon as we copy it? I'm picturing just copying your Soaring Thought Thief. Remember how in Rogues, back before Rogues kind of got nerfed by rotation, when the opponent had the triple Soaring Thought Thief draw, and it was just like, well, this sucks. I believe it only gives +1/+0 to other rogues, but like if you make a few copies of that card, it's like it goes crazy, right? Seems to go absolutely crazy.
There's also a Lord for ninjas, the Master Splinter Silver Fur Master that we'll get to. Yeah, I think this card will be one of the fun cards to experiment with in the ninja archetype. And if you can't wait to play ninjas, this is a good card to craft because you're going to end up playing it. I think the quest with this card is doable. I think this will be a very good card specifically in the ninja archetype, but it's super narrow. And I wouldn't craft it unless you're excited about the ninja archetype. But if a few days go by in the format after it releases and ninjas appear to be very strong, then moving in and picking this up will be very good. Black. Assassin's Ink. 2 black instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control an artifact and 1 less to cast if you control an enchantment, destroy a creature or planeswalker. The price is right. I mean, is there a place where you'd run 1 or 2 of these because you have a lot of enchantments or artifacts? Sanguine Brushstroke in Alchemy by itself turns on both sides of this card. So you do have a black destroy just what the hell you need to destroy. Maybe there's a place for 1 of these. A blood token and a meat hook massacre will also do the job. Some of the stuff you get off the witch, the Cursebound Witch. So yeah, this card might see a 1 or a 2 of, but I wouldn't go overboard with it. And it's an uncommon, so it's easy to get. Biting Palm Ninja is a 2 and a black 3/3 human ninja rare. Ninjutsu is 2 and a black. And then when it enters the battlefield, it has a menace counter on it. Now, whenever the Biting Palm Ninja deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a menace counter from it. When you do, that player reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card and exile it. Not discard it, exile it. Does it have to be casting cost 3 or greater or 2 or less? No. It can be whatever you want it to be. Does it have to be can it be a creature? Yes, it can be a creature. Dude. It's some pretty intense palm biting going on. So when I read the title, I was thinking what a dirty habit. And now you look at it, it's like, oh, you have some kind of a venom lizard tongue with teeth in your palm. It's nasty. Is it good? This is going to go for a lot of the ninja stuff. If your whole turn 2 or if your whole turn 3 or higher is activating ninjutsu, you really need insane payoff from the card. I wouldn't call this insane. Or you need something that you're returning to your hand that you would love to cast again. Things with good ETBs. The dog that draws a card, Well, although that's really hard to attack and be unblocked. Here's the fun thing with ninjas. There are things that you don't want to block, like Shambling Ghast and Eye Twitch. But recasting them is just kind of a pain. Doesn't really achieve much. So the payoff isn't amazing. It's just kind of okay. But if we find something that threads that needle, like ETB do this thing and the next turn you attack with it and then you get this and you do that thing. This card will probably be very popular to build decks with Acquisitions Expert and the Disciple, the Elf Disciple that make people discard. But you have to remember those creatures, a lot of times they're going to attack and they're not going to get through, and it's very sad. However, you can play this as a 3/3, and it has menace at least until it hits, so it's a little hard to block. I just don't think that's where you want to be really either. This card is okay. But I'm giving it a don't craft. I think it's too expensive for the effect, and I don't quite see the synergy where you need it. So for me, I'm very skeptical that the Biting Palm Ninja is going to have too many bad things will happen when you go for your Biting Palm Ninja ability. And if that happens, it didn't gain anything on the ETB. It actually set you back and then you destroy it. That's pretty bad. So for me, this is a don't craft. I don't think it's actually worth it. Blade of the Oni is 1 and a black for 3/1 artifact creature equipment demon at Mythic Menace. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 5/5, has menace, and is a black demon in addition to other types with reconfigure 4. At Mythic, with kind of the floor being a 2-mana 3/1 menace, I can't in good conscience recommend this card. It is pretty awesome that you can turn your Shambling Ghast into a 5/5 with all these sweet abilities, but that takes a lot of mana, and it is kind of begging to get blown up, and it's a Mythic. And I don't think it's close to that good. So while I enjoy Blade of the Oni, I am not going to recommend crafting Blade of the Oni. I think that it needs too many things to go right, and it's too much of an investment without even more help from, say, Tezzeret. So even then, I don't think it's quite the card. So no crafties. No crafties on the Mythic 3/1 Menace. I just think it's going to die too easy and reconfigure too rarely. Chainfell Centipede, that is definitely a limited card. Clawing Torment, I would say, is a limited card, not actual real removal. Debt to Kami is 2 and a black for an instant. You choose one, target opponent exiles a creature they control, or target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. This is Firika's I can never say it right. Libation? Or something? I don't know. But anyway, I think Debt to the Kami is strictly better, right? Because of the exile effect. So it's not going to be quite as good, though, probably because of the amount of enchantments there are. Usually you hit the person's only enchantment when you play Debt to the Kami. It sounds like there's more enchantments in this particular set, but this will be a role player, and it's another black way to get rid of enchantments, which until recently was a thing you just did not do. So I give Debt to the Kami it's going to get played a little bit here, a little bit there. Dockside Chef is 1 black for a 1/2. Enchantment creature, human citizen, uncommon, sacrifice it. No, 1 and a black, sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. How good is Skullport Merchant with half the booty and no treasure, but only 1 mana? Only 1 mana. And it can sacrifice itself. It can also sacrifice treasures and blood tokens. I mean, it feels like this is a playable card. It feels like there's a place where it could live. It's a very low cost. The opponent spending like removal on it sounds awesome for you because of how cheap it is. But a big part of what made Skullport Merchant kind of good was the idea that you would play a treasure and then you'd be able to ramp into Lulth and ramp into Blood on the Snow. And getting back a Skullport Merchant with a Blood on the Snow wasn't completely embarrassing. The 4 toughness wasn't always easy to kill, and you always got something extra with it. This card, if you get it back with a Blood on the Snow, you should probably trade in your mono black card. You'll do it, but you don't love it. It does add like that enchantment thing that we're looking for, because it's an enchantment creature. I think this deck will have some play. I don't think it will have widespread play. It'll probably be a really like kind of narrow thing. But 2 mana is a pretty high amount to sacrifice stuff. Playing it early means you're just not going to be using it for a while, most likely. But you love having some kind of a way to turn your Shambling Gas and Eye Twitches into cards in the late game and get value from them. So Dockside Chef is going to have a role. It's an uncommon, so go ahead and craft it. But I don't think it's like a 4 of roll. I think this is like a 2 of, again, kind of a, I don't know. I guess if you have multiples, you can sacrifice more of them. We'll see. Dockside Chef is a pretty cool little card. I don't remember the last time they made a card quite like this, but it does remind me of the Witch's Cauldron that didn't really get played. As an artifact doing that and gaining a life never really got played. So it makes me a little sus that I'm overrating this card. The Kuchi Shadow Walker, 6 mana, 5/5 with ninjutsu. Nope. All right. The Kuchi Silencer, 1 and a black, 2/1 ninjutsu human ninja, 1 and a black ninjutsu. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may discard a creature card. When you do, destroy target creature or planeswalker that player controls. So, like, you can, say, play a 1 mana 1/1 flyer like an Eye Twitch. You can ninjutsu this in. You can discard the Eye Twitch that you just returned and then destroy one of the opponent's things. The problem is it probably only does that trick once, and maybe you trade it up for it. This card doesn't strike me as particularly good because what you're left over with is a 2/1 that's going to have a hard time getting through and dealing damage and doing more things in the future. I think this card is a trap. What the hell is behind this dude? Like, this looks like it escaped from like a Jim Henson Reject Dark Crystal 2 movie or something. It's so creepy. It's so creepy. I lost it. See, they said zoom. And now we're in blue. And you know what? Forget that. I just wanted to zoom in on it. I just want a closer look at the creeper. Is it a porcupine? I don't know. Anyway, I refuse to read this card. Just look at the art. Just look at the art. Tell me what you see. This is fine. This is fine. Children's card game. Heavy, maybe for you. Michael Scott would take that one and say that's what she said. All right, Go Shinte of Hidden Cruelty. This is 3 and a black for a 2/2 legendary enchantment creature shrine. Uncommon Death Touch. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, destroy target creature with toughness X or less, where X is the number of shrines you control. Just straight up kill a thing. Shrine gamers, here you go. I read it just for you. Gravelighter is 2 and a black for a 2/2 flying spirit. This is an uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card if a creature died this turn. Otherwise, each player sacrifices a creature. Pretty cool take on a Plague Crafter with some evasion and a relevant type like Spirit that might be a little relevant. I think Human was better, Cleric definitely better. But the fact that you draw a card when there isn't any sacrifice, like it's just a 2-mana 2/2 that can draw a card if something else died, you know, you just attacked with your Shambling Ghast and they blocked it for some reason. I don't know. I'm a little bit willing to test this card, but I think that Fellstinger is so much better that I'm not enthusiastic about it. Hitsugu Devouring Chaos is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/4 rare legendary creature, Ogre Demon. For a black mana, sacrifice a creature and scry 2. Can sacrifice those dragons, but it doesn't have any ETBs of its own. Anyway, tap ability, 2 and a red, tap, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a non-land card this way, the Devouring Chaos deals damage equal to the exile card's mana value to any target. I mean, good if it lives. Open-ended sacrifice outlet. It can sacrifice itself too if they target it, if you have the spare black. But it's hard for me to get excited over a 4-mana 4/4 that generally doesn't do anything when it enters the battlefield. It just doesn't strike me as a good card, but you know, the more good uncommons and commons they print and the more mediocre rares, the nicer the economy gets. We're going to skip Inkrise Infiltrator. Invoke Despair is 1 and black. Sorcery at rare. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. Then repeat this process for an enchantment and a planeswalker. Mono black players, what a card. The opponent might end up sacrificing 3 creatures, which for 5 mana, killing 3 things can be very exciting. And if they don't, you get to draw some cards and they lose some life. I mean, this can... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I said 3 creatures. I meant 3 permanents. Like it says Planeswalker, Enchantment, and Creature. I meant 3 permanents. I just said it wrong. But the fact that you might get a 3-for-1 off this by hitting the enchantments and hitting the Planeswalkers and hitting the creature, it's a perfect scenario. But if you hit 2, if you get a 2-for-1 and then you draw a card, essentially a 3-for-1. I still love the idea of like invoking a lot of despair, just having this kind of be a win con in the deck and try to cast it a whole bunch of times. I also love the idea of trying to copy this with Galvanic Iteration in a world with perfect mana provided by Key to the Archive or World Tree, something silly like that. This card is fun. I'm excited about it way more than the blue one, and probably a bit more than the white one. And I'll probably craft copies, but I don't think you should craft this card unless you're really, really excited by the possibility like I am, and you play a lot of mono black. It's a very narrow card, and I would say that the average player should craft 0. Got hit by an eye twitch because now I have an eye itch. Anyway. Junji, the Midnight Sky, 3 black for a legendary creature spirit dragon with, it's a mythic, it has 5/5, it's a flying menace. When Junji dies, you choose one. Each opponent discards 2 cards and loses 2 life. and put target non-dragon creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, you lose 2 life. What? What? Any non-dragon creature card from any graveyard when this dies? And this card, Junji, is in the color of black. So I am much more optimistic about Junji getting to play because it's black, because this is the color with Deadly Dispute. This is the color with Village Rites. This is the color with the new chef that sacrifices things. This is the color with Skullport Merchant. You know, we sacrifice creatures here. So when we play Junji, we can just basically have it out there threatening to mess the opponent up. And when they target it, we can sacrifice it. I mean, this in Village Rites, like draw 2, they discard 2, or draw 2 and just get something awesome from a graveyard. I mean, this card I think is really sweet. This is the one that is the closest to playable without like a more universal sack outlet available, which we still haven't quite found that card, but could be printed in a future set. But I think that Junji, the Midnight Sky, if you enjoy the idea of playing mono black sack, I would start with 2 copies. But this is one of the ones that gets closer to being a 4 of. You could ramp into this with Shambling Gas, Deadly Dispute, play this pretty early on, have it just face off against a Goldspan Dragon, and if they kill it, something terrible happens to them. I think this card is actually the best dragon, mostly because of the color. I'm going to skip Kaito's Pursuit, going to skip Kami of Restless Shadows. These strike me as limited cards. Kami of Terrible Secrets. It's 3 and a black for a 3/4 spirit. It's a common. When it enters the battlefield, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, you draw a card and you gain a life. That's a bit too much. I thought it said artifact or. I would not have read this. You've wasted my time. Leech Gauntlet is 1 and a black 2/2 lifelink. Equipped creature has lifelink and it reconfigures for 4. The reconfigure cost is insanely high because lifelink is insanely busted, but I don't think this is going to hit standard anytime soon. Lethal Exploit is 1 and a black instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. It gets an additional -1/-1 until end of turn for each modified creature you controlled as you cast it. A lot of other cheap removal spells you cast way before Lethal Exploit. Malicious Malfunction is 1 and a black sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. If a creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Almost Cry of the Canarium, other than some really wordy bad extra rules on Cry of the Canarium. Almost Cry of the Canarium. Cry of the Canarium definitely played its part, and this plays a pretty important part against cards like Shambling Gas, Eye Twitch, the token decks that are already starting to run rampant, a lot of Dye's abilities. So this will see sideboard play here and there. March of the Wretched Sorrow is a black and an X instant at rare. This is the Black March. And it has that March text of you can exile black cards from your hand to make it cost 2 less. March of Wretched Sorrow deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. Is that good? The white one's pretty good, and it hits casting cost, right? And exiles it. This doesn't exile it, but you get some life gain. I mean, this can really mess up combat. If you have 1 black open and discard 2 cards and gain 4 life and kill their best thing, and they were trying to alpha strike you, like this card can really mess things up. I don't know if it's as good as the white one, though. It doesn't strike me as good as the white one. It doesn't read that way. For some reason, I'm much more cynical of this card. I'm worried about the damage actually being enough to kill things. I'm worried about how much you have to pump into it. But, I mean, I think it's cool that if it's playable, that you get that life gain, that kind of X life gain back, where you over target the cheap card to gain the life, and you can do it at instant speed. I think is pretty good. Erebos' intervention wasn't. I think a lot of what got Erebos' intervention played in the time of Theros was the -X, because the indestructible, it killed the indestructible cards. Got around dog, selfless savior. This doesn't. But I don't know, man. For some reason, this card doesn't hit me the same way. I'm going to give it I'm going to say don't craft. I think you're just better off running the black removal spells. I think that's a huge part of it. I think black has access to solid removal that hits regardless of like the size of the creature or the loyalty of the planeswalker when you look at cards like Hero's Downfall and Infernal Grasp and things like that. So I think that black can do this without giving up cards at a close to similar cost. This card might have uses, it might show up here and there, but I wouldn't craft this one. Mukatai Ambusher, are you a limited card? Yes, you are. Mukati Soul Ripper, are you a limited card? No, you are not. You are more than a limited card. All right. Mukoti Soul Ripper is 1 in a black, rare, 4/3 artifact vehicle. Whenever Soul Ripper attacks, you may sacrifice another artifact or creature. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on Soul Ripper and it gains menace until end of turn and it crews for 2. So, you need a power of 2, which can be a lot of the things you just love to sacrifice to this, like Eye Twitch and Shambling Ghast and tokens from Wedding Announcement. Like, they need help. And that's probably a good thing. Crew 2 is probably a very good thing. But the fact that you can sacrifice these things and you're just swinging for 5, and it has menace, so it's evasive, so it's hard to block, and it's a 0 mana sack outlet. So you could, if you wanted, not saying you gotta, but if you're in a matchup where they're gonna like kill your dragon, I guess you could sacrifice it. But it's on attack, so they can respond if they have an exile effect. That's kind of sad. But this card seems like it's really ready to rumble. I think there's enough dice things that this card can get a lot of traction. It seems really good with all of the tokens going around and all the sacrificial things, and a flipped Wedding Announcement lets any of your Shambling Ghast types crew it. I think there could be a home for this card. It seems like a pretty powerful vehicle. I mean, it's 2 mana. It's 2 mana. Oh my goodness. It's color bound to black, which is probably for the best as well. But man, I can think of a lot of things in black I wouldn't mind sacrificing. This is a card to keep an eye on. Should you craft it? This is not a craft it right out of the box kind of card. I'm not sold on it enough to tell you to spend a ton of rares on it. But this is a one that, like, if it's killing enough people at the end of the first week, you might want to craft this card. It's a pretty scary card. It does a lot of beatdown. I can see this card. I can see a world where there's enough instant speed interaction that this card isn't good and your sacrificing isn't paying you off, but I don't think we live in that world. I think the world we have has this a very playable card. So this one would probably make a top 10 of what I've seen so far. Nashi the Moon Sage. Let me try that again. Nashi, Moon Sage's Scion, is 1 black for a mythic 3/2 legendary creature rat ninja. The ninjutsu cost is 3 and a black. Whenever this card deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of each player's library. Until end of your turn, you may play one of those cards. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana value, rather than paying its mana cost. So you got to lose life. That's pretty sad. But it is card advantage. It also says you may play one of those cards. So play means you can play a land with it if you want to and not take any damage for that. The ninjutsu cost is very expensive. I think it's too expensive, to be honest. I'm trying to picture. There are some interesting curves that occur because of a ninjutsu cost of 4. For example, you can play an elite spellbinder. The next turn attack with your elite spellbinder, ninjutsu the spellbinder. It's unlikely they can do anything about it because you just spellbinded them, so you know if the ninjutsu is a bad idea, and now you can elite spellbinder them again in the future. Still, I think you're paying a lot to do this. And it doesn't increase your clock, right? Your spellbinder comes back to hand. You were going to hit him for 3. You still hit him for 3. You get a free card, but it's random. I think it's too expensive. I'm going to say don't craft Nashi, the Moon Sage's Scion. I think it's too expensive, too vulnerable. I think that at turn 4, in a competitive format with creatures in your deck, you want to be able to apply pressure and kill them. You need to be like putting them on a 2-turn clock, and bouncing your own creatures isn't going to do that. And not only that, the card you get to cast is random. You could just hit trash. You know, if you play it on curve and you hit 2 lands, you get nothing. You get nothing. It's very sad. Blade Blesser looks like a limited card. Prowler looks like a limited card. Reanimation Jutsu looks like just another Reanimation Jutsu. Reckoner Shakedown looks like a bad discard coercion type effect. Reckoner's Bargain. This is an interesting one. It's 1 and a black for an instant at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. You gain life equal to the sacrificed permanent's mana value. Draw 2 cards. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say Deadly Dispute is better. A treasure is way better than gaining 1 life for sacrificing your Shambling Ghast. And I'm going to agree with you 100%. But, I mean, this is the kind of card that I look at and I'm like, this is a way I'd love to sacrifice a dragon. I would love to play this if you had enough mana and sacrifice a dragon to it. Gain 5 life, staple that onto the death ability of those dragons. That's a lot of value. But I think that Deadly Dispute is going to occupy the space for ever, to be honest. I think even with that, you still Deadly Dispute more than you play this. Return to Action looks like a limited card. Soul Transfer is a 1 black sorcery at rare. And this says you choose 1, but if you control an artifact and an enchantment, as you cast this, you may choose both. So it says exile target creature or planeswalker and return target creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. First of all, 3 mana sorcery speed to exile a creature or planeswalker isn't a terrible cost. You want that at instant, really bad. But the fact that it's exile tacked on makes it significantly better. The fact that you might get a 2-for-1 out of this, and remember, it's in black. Sanguine Brushstroke in Alchemy hits both bases. Meat Hook covers the enchantment side in Standard. So you just need an artifact, of which there are a bunch. Like, the floor is just fine. The ceiling, getting back a Lulth, getting back a Sorin, or just give me another Eye Twitch or Shambling Ghast. It seems like getting a really nice double effect from this, getting a 2-for-1 out of this, isn't insane. So I'm willing to give this card a try. I'd craft 2 and see how often we can trigger both sides in a typical Blood Money deck right now. With Meat Hook and treasure tokens, you're doing both sides. Seems really, really doable. Yeah, I think that this is a craft 2. Even though it seems like it should hit everything, you don't want everything to be sorcery speed. You still want some Infernal Grasp and Vanishing Verse. You're competing with really good removal spells already. But I think 2 is a fine number. I also think it's way more likely to play mono black than black white, to be honest, because black white has such good removal with Rite of Oblivion too. Tatsunari Toad Rider. 2 and a black, 3/3, legendary creature, human ninja at rare. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, if you don't control a creature named this card, a legendary, you create a legendary. I'm going to try to say that again. Hold on. Beverage. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, if you don't control a creature named Kimi, create Kimi, a legendary 3/3 black and green frog creature token with whenever you cast an enchantment spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. 1 and a Simic hybrid. This card and target frog you control can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with flying or reach. 3/3. Pervy Sage. The Naruto gamers get it. The Toad Sage. This card's a lot of value in 1 card as long as it lives long enough to trigger and make a 3/3. And then it's also important to know if something were to happen to the 3/3 Kimi, you can play another enchantment and get it back. or while it's out there, you can drain the opponent, which is an underrated ability for sure when tacked onto other things. It's also like a secret hidden Sultai commander because of the hybrid cost that seems really random. It also has something like evasion where it hops, right? Only creatures with flying and reach can block it if you use the ability. So, I mean, there's a lot going on with this card. And I don't think it's unplayable for a 3-mana 3/3, which is kind of how it reads. I think this card is close. I think it's better than it looks. And I wouldn't craft it yet, because there's been plenty of formats where a 3-mana 3/3 is DOA. And this format is kind of lurking in that space, both in Alchemy and in Standard. But, I mean, that drain ability and that evasion ability to get around tokens could definitely come up the way that the format is shaping out. And I also am not sure exactly how it fits into this deck or that deck, but the ability for the Toad Rider and the Frog to hop is pretty funny. This card is better than it looks. Don't craft any, but keep it in mind. I'm going to skip Twisted Embrace. It's kind of an interesting card, but I think it's not quite there, and it can get blown out by removal. Undercity Scrounger. I mean, 2 and a black for a 1/4 that taps to create a treasure token, but can only be activated if a creature died this turn. It does fulfill like an artifact requirement, but I can't imagine like running this instead of Skullport Merchant. So I'm going to move on from that one. I think Unforgiving One is a limited card. I have to read them anyway. I was trying to spare my voice, but I may as well read these out loud. 2 and a black for a 2/3 creature spirit uncommon menace. Whenever it attacks, return target creature card with mana value X or less from a graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the number of modified creatures. On its own, it's not modified. It's a little difficult to block. Yeah, it's got to be kind of a standardy thing. Virus Beetle, 1 and a black, 1/1. Artifact creature insect. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Yay! We can keep spamming discard effects, and now we can do it with an artifact thing too. Man, people love this kind of card, but in decks where the artifact theme is important and there's some other thing with discarding, this might be good. It's also a really good card in ninjutsu, but it has no evasion, so it's unlikely to work. You are already dead. This is a 1 black instant, destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn and draw a card. It's an incredible payoff. What you think about when you see this card is, well, now I'm just not going to block when you attack with your Shambling Ghast. I don't want to get hit by you are already dead, you know? Or I'm going to play creatures with evasion, so the Shambling Ghast can't block it. Here's the thing. This card exists with ninjutsu in the set. So if you attack with a small creature, if you make what looks like a bad attack into a larger creature, if they block it, they could get you are already deaded. And if you don't block it, you get ninjutsu'd. Like, that is the squeeze, you know? That is an absolutely crazy squeeze. People are not going to like that. It's going to take over a lot of black and blue space in limited, but in standard, it feels like that's a thing you could get them with. And it's a common, so we'll see how it goes. Pretty easy on the budget. Red. My ancient enemy. Aki Emberkeeper, 1 in a red for a 2/1 enchantment creature, Goblin Warrior. At common, whenever a non-token modified creature you control dies, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. Whenever a non-token modified creature dies. Probably a bit narrow. And it's a 2 mana for 2/1. So I'm going to say no. Aki Ronin is 1 in a red for a 1/3 goblin creature, Goblin Samurai at common. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, we'll call it the samurai thing, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. It's pretty low payoff. Aki Warpaint, 1 red enchantment aura. Enchant artifact or creature. This is a common. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+1. I mean, 1 mana for +2/+1 on an enchantment, guys. +2/+2 would be like the 2 good level. It sounds crazy. We haven't done this in a long time, but I have this weird feeling that this isn't the worst card for mono red aggro to play. If sizing matters, if getting through the opponent's battlefield by size matters, like this is a very, very, very low cost to get some oomph, you know? There also might be enchantment synergies. Ambitious Assault is 2 and a red instant at common. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. How many times have we done this? If you control a modified creature, draw a card. Limited. This card is meant for limited. At Sushi, the Blazing Sky. 2 and a red 4/4 legendary creature, Dragon Spirit, mythic, flying, trample. When this card dies, choose one, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play them, or create 3 treasure tokens. 3 treasures is so much. It's so much. I mean, this looks like a really good dragon, and dragons are a thing right now, but it's not as good as Town Razor Tyrant. It's not. It's just not. So, I mean, is it as good? Is it better than Manaform Hellkite? That card feels like it should get played, and it doesn't. Like 4 mana 4/4 dragons that don't have haste and don't do something on ETB. Like, I can't in good conscience recommend you spend mythics on them. I can't do it. They look so good, and then by the end of the format, nobody plays them, and it's very sad. You know, Moonveil Regent's a good example of a card that, if you'd never crafted it, you're probably pretty happy about that decision now. The card barely saw a little bit of play here and there, you know? And the like all dragon tribal deck, which was the closest you got to seeing that card shine, got nerfed pretty hard in Alchemy. So if you're a person who crafted Moonveil Regent to play it in Alchemy, you're probably not happy about it. Dude, I want to sacrifice it and make those treasures so bad, though. That's so much ramp. So yeah, on the watch, just be on the lookout for a way to sacrifice this and do crazy things and get it back. Because this card does not suck, but I just can't recommend you craft it. Bronzeplate Boar is 2 and a red, 3/2 artifact creature, equipment Boar, uncommon, trample, equipped creature gets +3/+2, has trample, reconfigure 5, too expensive is bad. Crackling Emergence is 1 and a red for an enchantment aura at common. You enchant a land you control. Enchanted land is a 3/3 red spirit creature with haste, and it's still a land? If enchanted land would be destroyed, instead sacrifice Crackling Emergence, and that land gains indestructible until end of turn. Ooh. So you don't necessarily, at least by destroy effects, get 2 for 1 on when you enchant your land. Okay. One unexpected benefit of Crackling Emergence is your opponent might have a really hard time if their card says non-land permanent or something like that. I guess it can also still target Crackling Emergence, but like, you know, I'm not saying this isn't standard, but Elspeth Conquers Death could do nothing about it, right? Unfortunately, your creature can still get bounced by Fading Hope, and that's probably a disaster. Yeah, that's a disaster. Dragon Spark Reactor is 1 in a red artifact. Whenever this or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a charge counter on Dragon Spark Reactor. 4 mana, sacrifice it. It deals damage equal to the number of charge counters on it to target player. And that much damage to up to 1 target creature. A potential 2 for 1. 4 mana? It should just be like 1 or 0. Right? 4 mana? You still have to go through the work of playing all these cards, and you play this card that does nothing on the field right away? Nah. Experimental Synthesizer. 1 red. Artifact. Common. When it enters the battlefield or leaves the battlefield, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. When it enters or leaves? 2 and a red, sacrifice it to make a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. Only as a sorcery. This card is cool. Enters the battlefield or leaves, so it's a potential draw to, and you probably don't play it on turn 1. This card is gasoline, man. It seems really good. Am I crazy? It's another common. I'm used to commons being bad, but I mean, not in this set, man. This card. Like, red cards are going to enjoy this. This with any kind of blink, fun blink effects and things of that nature could be fun. Things that return things to the hand and then put them back on the battlefield can be fun. Or you just play this in burn. Maybe it's too slow for burn, but it's like 1 or 2 of as a reload. Any deck that wants an artifact on the battlefield to synergize with the other things it's doing and it happens to play red can play this card. You can sacrifice this to a number of effects for value, like Deadly Dispute. Ooh, it's so good. There's so many cards. It seems good to me. I would play Magic with this card. I'll at least experiment with this card. And again, I don't have to give you a recommendation. It's a common. Explosive Entry is 1 in a red for a sorcery. Destroy up to 1 target artifact. Put a counter on up to 1 creature. Just play a Braid. Explosive Singularity. 10 mana. I'm sure that's fine. 8 red, sorcery, mythic. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. Spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature tapped this way. 10 damage to any target. Oh my god, you're telling me if I have 8 creatures for 2 red mana, I can deal 10 damage to any target. What if you just attacked with your creatures? Like, how the heck are they supposed to... Like, how are you supposed to get all these creatures to cast this thing? And why would you? Just play the Stensia Uprising and it'll make tokens and go 7 to Dome. This is not the mythic you want to open. This is a stone cold 0 mythic. I would play Experimental Synthesizer 4 times and 0 Explosive Singularities, even if I had a lot of creatures in my deck. Like this card is, I think, worlds better than this card. And this is the mythic, and this is the common. Wow. It's kind of cool. I'm into it. Flame Discharge. Somebody call Chandra. X and a red for an uncommon instant. Flame Discharge deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you controlled a modified creature as you cast the spell, it deals X plus 2 instead. So anything with an equipment attached to it, or an aura, or an equipment itself. Oh, no, the equipment has to be attached. Okay. Or a counter. No, doesn't hit face. No face, no place. Gift of Wrath. Here, I like you. Have some wrath. 3 and a red. Enchantment aura. Common. Enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+2 and has menace. When Gift of Wrath leaves the battlefield, create a 2/2 red spirit creature token with menace. So you kind of have payback when it leaves the battlefield. And if you have a way to like flicker it, you can make a lot of 2/2s with it, but I still think 4 mana is way too much. Go Shintai of Ancient Wars, 2 and a red for a 2/2 legendary enchantment creature shrine at uncommon with first strike. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, this card deals X damage to target player or planeswalker, where X is the number of shrines you control. Another shrine finishing move. The shrine gamers will love it. I still don't think there's anything for that in Constructed. Goro, Disciple of Ryusi, 1 and a red for a 2/2 legendary creature, Goblin Samurai at rare. For a red mana, creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. For 3 and a red, create a 5/5 red Dragon Spirit creature, token with flying. Activate only if you control an attacking modified creature. The dragon thing feels like flavor text. Like, that's just not going to happen too often. The good news about it is something else can do the attacking. Something else can carry an equipment or have a +1/+1 counter, do the attacking. This can stay home. You can make dragon. It doesn't say once each turn. So if you have a ton of mana, you can make multiple dragons, which is pretty fresh. I have trouble, like, I'm going to say don't craft Goro Goro, because at the end of the day, I see 2 mana 2/2. I see like Grizzly Bear with some cool flavor text, but I'm not excited about it in any way. You have to play off curve if you're going to use the haste ability, which is generally a bad way to go. And it really doesn't find a way to, in its own, like on its own, it doesn't turn on the second ability. You need help. So I'm saying don't craft Goro Goro. Aiku Yamazuki, the General, 3 and a red for a 3/3 legendary human samurai at uncommon trample. Whenever a samurai does the samurai thing, you may cast target artifact card from your graveyard this turn. You have to pay the cost. I'm trying to think of like historic or older formats where just recurring some artifact can do things, but this seems like a limited card, like mostly a hill giant. Invoke Calamity, 1 and red, instant, rare. You may cast up to 2 instant and or sorcery spells with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard and or hand without paying their mana costs. If those spells would be put into your graveyard, exile them instead, exile this card. What the hell is this card? This card seems like a total pop-off waiting to happen. This card in Galvanic Iteration is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. If you play it before the iteration, then you get 2 of this. If you play it off, like if you hit iteration with it, then you can copy the other thing that you hit. Like, are you kidding? There is some absolute nonsense spell thing you can build with this, and it's going to make people rage. Holy crap. I can't wait to, like, this with Key to the Archive, all those sweet spells you get, and you can cast them with this thing. And I don't know, if you have an iteration, you have like some, you can cast Time Warp off this thing. Like that, it's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. And you can cast sorceries at instant speed with this thing because it creates its own little bubble. It's absolutely wild. Chad is saying that you can't copy the thing that you hit with it because they get cast at the same time. So you're saying if I like stack it so the iteration resolves first, the other spell's not going to trigger the copy effect. That's what you're telling me? Because it was already cast? Because I thought you still had to like select them, order them, then they get cast. Yeah, I'm not totally convinced. We'll have to see. Sometimes Twitch chat judges just be Twitch chat and not judges. But I can believe it. I can believe it. I'm just not fully convinced. We'll have to see. But I still think this card looks absolutely wild. And it can actually cast other invokes, which is absolutely nuts. And I mean, you've got to admit, you'd still want to cast Galvanic Iteration and then cast this thing, right? It seems pretty good. It seems pretty good. There's just so many things like you could hit with this too. The reason I'm going to tell you not to craft it though is because I think it's a totally different. I think it's a totally different deck type. That's what I think the issue is. I think it's a totally different archetype for this deck in general. So I wouldn't craft it. I'm curious to see what kind of crazy pop-offs this can lend. I mean, this card feels like Chaos Incarnate. It does feel like a good card to put into the Alchemy Mill deck if you can pay for it. 4 red is hard. But if you can pay for it, now you don't have to like... Now you can cast the mill cards again from the graveyard, I guess. Go for the finish. Ironhoof Boar is 5 and a red for a 5/4 artifact creature. Boar, common, trample haste, channel. 1 in red, discard this. Target creature gets +3/+1, gains trample until end of turn. Yeah, I don't think I'd run the channel ability on its own. Don't think I'm really in for the 6 mana. Cool card, though. Does get an artifact creature into your graveyard. Kami of Industry, 4 and a red for a creature spirit. Capitalist Kami, they could have called it. Nope, that sounds terrible. Let's take that one back. Can we delete that from the VOD? 3/6. When Kami of Industry enters the battlefield, return target artifact card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Too expensive, unfortunately. Kami's Flare is 1 and a red instant at common, 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Target creature or planeswalker. It will not go face. Kami's Flare also deals 2 damage to that permanent's controller if you control a modified creature. Oh. There is face damage. You just have to control something that's equipped, has an aura on it, or has a counter. So this in Luminar Gas Pirate, along with everything else that talks about modified creatures. I mean, maybe, are there some other cards you can combine with it? Like Showdown of the Skulls modifies things. Really, I still don't feel like I've seen an equipment I want to play. And the auras seem meh. So I'm a little, like, I'm super sus of those things. But the fact that you can play an Abrade type effect, a Cathartic Pyre type effect that might do some face damage, maybe this card gets played. Kindled Fury is a red mana for an instant. Target creature gets plus, this is a reprint. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike. Limited. Lizard Blades is 1 and a red for an equipment lizard. It's an artifact creature. It is rare. It is 1/1. It has double strike. Equipped creature has double strike. It reconfigures for a cost of 2. Now there's an equipment I might play because double strike is a banger. And there's been some 2 mana 1/1 double strikes in our time. Very few of them actually popped off and did amazing things, but like this one, you can move around and give your Townraiser Tyrant the ability to hit for 8. You do that once, combined with the ability of having their land to sacrifice, like they're probably dead. Is it Embercleave at home? It's an Embercleave that can attack on its own. I have some hope for the Lizard Blades. I'm not sure how much hope it deserves as a 1/1. Still pretty easy to kill, like dramatically easy to kill. I'm also trying to think of a good curve that involves Lizard Blades, you know? You would love to put on a trampling creature. Do we have any, like, evasion and trample? Do we have any good red creatures that have trample that we already like casting? I don't think I really do. This card and Helana and Elena sound really good. Like, whatever you Helana and Elena up. But still sounds pretty, I don't know, man. Oh, there's that card, Creepy Puppeteer. That's right. It's a 4 mana, 4/3, and it can, when it attacks with exactly one other creature, it changes its power and toughness, and it has haste. So, Creepy Puppeteer in this card, attack for 12? That's not the worst. That could be a lot of damage. Yeah, hold out hope for Lizard Blades. I'm not going to craft it yet. Like, all those things sound fine, but to be honest, I'm not the connoisseur of red cards that are going to kill me. I rarely identify them well before they're actually smashing my face. Some exceptions, Runaway Steamkin. I knew that card was busted, but most of the time I look at red cards and I don't know how good they are. March of Reckless Joy. Red X instant rare has the March text for red cards. Exile the top X cards of your library. You may play up to 2 of those cards until the end of your next turn. I think this card is also playable. I think you get rid of a card you don't really need and you have light up the stage, and that's like the worst thing. You can also do it on the opponent's turn and go really deep looking for the cards you need for whatever situation you're in. So I think all the marches to me, other than maybe the blue one, I guess I wouldn't get the blue one, but and the black one, okay, I didn't like the black one either. Okay, this one strikes me more like the white march, where it's like a 2 of this sounds pretty good, probably better than Reckless Impulse. Just more upside, you know what I mean? It would be an interesting choice, right? Say it's your turn. You miss your land drop and you need another one. How many cards should you exile to this to make sure you hit that land drop? Would you exile 2 cards to be sure? Say you really need it. So in this scenario, since you missed a land drop, all the cards in your hands are creatures, right? Could you play like a 16 land or like a 14 land deck? Because if you have March of Reckless Joy, you can just kind of mulligan yourself, but dig like 4 cards deep to hit those lands. Can you do something that crazy? I mean, maybe. It doesn't sound insane. Turn 1 drop. Turn 2, exile like a card or 2 to March of Reckless Joy, exile 2 lands. If the rest of your hand is spells, now you're going to curve out and you've got like the 5 best spells from your opening 7. It seems pretty good. It's interesting. And you have less lands in your deck, so you draw more spells. I want to try with that, you know? You definitely keep like 1 landers if you have one of these. Maybe this is a 4. I think it's never dead, right? Ever. When is it a bad card? It feels like it's just not a bad card very often. I think this I might 4 of. It is a rare if you want to hold off, and because I'm not a red mage, not take my word for it. This one, I might be wrong, but I think I'm going to start with 4 and see what happens. It's going to be fun. I mean, you can't exile lands, but you can exile, like if you draw too many lands, you can exile Shattered Skull Smashing, Spikefield Hazard. You got to test that hand smoothing algorithm. Got to keep it on its toes, man. Ogre Head Helm is 1 in a red for a 2/2 artifact creature, equipment Ogre, rare. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. Whenever Ogre Head Helm or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. If you do, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. It reconfigures for 3. It's a lot of text for something that doesn't sound like it's going to happen easily. The fact that you actually have to deal the damage is, I think, what sinks this card, because by the time that you're in a position where this is just like swinging in, you're already winning. Do you really want to sacrifice? You really want to sacrifice this and then draw? It sounds like you're much better off just keep beating them down with your creatures that are bigger than theirs that are stomping in. And, at that point, have you played out your hand? You spent like 3 mana reconfiguring this. I think that this is a no. I think it's a pretty hard no. I think it's too hard to make the thing work. And I think at the stage when it would work is not when you want to do the thing. So this card's a 0 for me. Peerless Samurai is 2 in a red for a 2/3 creature, human samurai at common with menace. Whenever they do the samurai thing, the next spell you cast costs 1 less. No, thank you. Rabbit Battery. That is a really cool art. 1 red mana for a 1/1 artifact creature equipment Rabbit at uncommon. Haste. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has haste reconfigure for 1 red. A 1 mana 1/1 artifact haste that you can, for only 1 mana, move to another thing, and it gets a boost and haste. This is the equipment I'm looking for. This is the modifier that we want. But it might be even better than that. I think this is a really good card. The idea that can come down and just like equip to something bigger if they can stop a 1/1 is really good. Like the reconfigure cost being low is so good for this card. Dude, it's a killer rabbit. It is the rabbit. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you play 4. It depends on, like, do you need an artifact? Do you need a modified creature? If you do, you definitely play 4. If it's just that we're looking for another card in our deck, maybe like 2 of is a really good number. That rabbit is dynamite. Yeah, that's a good line for it. I'm into the rabbit. And it's another uncommon, so it doesn't cost you much. Here comes another uncommon. Reinforced Ronin, 1 red for a 2/2 with haste. Oh god. Artifact creature, human samurai. And at the beginning of your end step, return it to its owner's hand. Channel, 1 in red, discard this to draw a card. Doesn't stay in play. Just comes back to hand. Why can we be excited about this? I think the best reason is it triggers the samurai stuff the turn that you play them if you have 1 more mana. So kind of like the rabbit battery if you were to reconfigure it. Like you can play whenever you attack alone with a samurai, and then you can play this for 1 mana and attack alone with a samurai and get some kind of trigger. But I just think that's not very good. I think this is better than Wayward Guide Beast, though, because you can continue to develop the mana. The more you develop the mana, the more mana you have to play this. So I think it's an upgrade on the Guide Beast, and Guide Beast really could have used the ability to just chuck it to draw a card when it sucked. So there were times, there was this ability called Dash on like, what was the name of this card? Zergo Bellstriker back in the day, and there were a lot of times where you dash the card. Ragavan is something people have become used to. So it's not always a bad thing to return it to hand to play around sorcery speed removal. But so I can see this getting played. It just needs a deck that it needs a right matchup and it needs the right decks. So if there's a lot of sweepers in the format, sorcery speed removal, tons of 1-drops, which it seems like there's a lot of red 1-drops in the set that might not suck. Like this card could be okay. It's way better than Wayward Guide Beast. Or Pack Beast? I don't know. Wayward what Beast? That was trash. This card is pretty good. It's not great. And you're not going to play it in like traditional red. You're going to have a reason that it fits in the meta and works out. But it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I am so glad that most of these cards, like these uncommons and commons, I don't have to give you a craft, don't craft on, because a lot of these are super contextual, but I think they're very good. So just get 4 and build decks with them, because that will be fun. All right, Scrap Welder is 2 in a red for a 3/3 Goblin Artificer creature with rare, as if it's an ability, as if it's like a feature. Tap and sacrifice an artifact with mana value X. Return target artifact card with mana value less than X from the graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Slow. You have to tap it. You have to go in under. You have to have a specific thing in the graveyard. I don't like cards like this. This card is dead to me. Today we are being rated by Arnie Huschenbeth, who is rating with a party of 180. So thank you very much. Welcome in, everybody. Defend the dojo, though. We need lots of spinning CGB emotes above the entrance sign. Cannot have our chat taken over. Come on in. Come on in. We're friendly. We have cookies. Thank you very much for the raid. Next up, we're going to do Scrapyard Stealth Breaker for 3 in a red, 3/4 artifact creature, human warrior, at common 1, sacrifice another artifact, +2/+1 limited. This card is for limited. All right. Seismic Wave. 2 in a red for an instant. Uncommon. 2 damage to any target. 1 damage to each non-artifact creature target opponent controls. I would prefer... You're going to need more output. Like, this is only good if there's a lot of small creatures in the format, and you need, like, Brittle Blast. Not this card. Not this card. Oh, boy. Is Dad a monkey? Simeon Sling, 1 red, 1/1. Artifact creature, equipment monkey for common. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever the sling or equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage to defending player, reconfigure 2. Guys, rabbits are better than monkeys. That's all you need to know about this card. Rabbits are much better than monkeys. The Sakenzen Smelter is 1 in a red for a 2/2 goblin artifact creature at uncommon. At the beginning of combat and your turn, you may pay 1, sacrifice an artifact. If you do, create a 3/1 red construct artifact creature token with haste. I mean, I was holding out like judgment on this till I saw like the artifacts, and there is the artifact egg, but for the most part, this doesn't seem like anything I'd ever want to do. So gonna dump this one. Tempered in Solitude. 1 red for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, like a samurai, against the world, you exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. They make these cards, and at first I'm always like, ooh, it's a way to get a free card every turn. But it never quite works out that way, does it? They kill your guy. You don't want to attack alone. You want to attack with multiple things because for some reason winning the game became a priority. Like, these cards just don't work out, right? They just don't work out. They just leave you in they just leave you in a sad land all alone. Thundering Reiju, 2 and a red, 3/3 rare creature spirit that looks suspiciously like some kind of dragon. This has haste. Whenever Thundering Reiju attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then this deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of modified creatures you control other than Thundering Reiju. It's got the haste. It can attack with other creatures. It makes other creatures go strong. It also says whenever it attacks, so it's good with the card that doubles the attacking triggers. How many creatures can we modify? You don't have to modify many. X is the number of modified creatures you control other than this. So if you just put a counter on one other thing when you swing with this baby, then you've already, you deal 1 extra damage and it just grows from there because it modifies things on its own. This and Luminarch Aspirant, so that you have a lot of +1/+1 counters. Rawr. Rankle had its time. 4 mana 3/3 haste wasn't like it could never attack, like it was constantly brickwalled by something. That's not a thing in the format. So this thing will get money. It doesn't fly. Flying's kind of a big deal. Is it going to get brickwalled too often? I'm a little nervous about that. If it would get brickwalled in a Lovestruck Beast world. This is a 4/4 when you need it to be. It is. It can be. Yeah, what is going to well, that's why it's a question. What is going to brickwall this thing so that your 4 mana 4/4 hasty doesn't actually do anything cool? It's nice that it has an ability to hit face a little bit to get around all the tokens that seem to be a thing. And trading with Old Growth Troll is sad. I guess Chariot. Do you really want to play this and attack when your opponent plays a Chariot? They'll either, if they have a way to crew the Chariot next turn, they'll double block the Reiju with the 2 cats and kill it. Or they'll just take the damage, untap, and Chariot you. And then they'll have blockers in the future. That seems really bad for you. Edgar does brickwall this. Not if you're on the play. Yeah, that's true, but I don't know. This against Chariot makes me nervous. You know what this card needs? This card needs the Amonkhet, Ankarop Crasher. This card needs the Exert card that says target creature can't block this turn. If we had Ankarop Crasher in this card, oh my god, would that be a team? Because you just play the Crasher the turn before and get in, they're not expecting it the next turn. You exert it and you attack with this and you put a counter on it and you deal so much damage. But we don't have that. So I want to be more excited about this. I think against the other 4-drops in the format, I'm not that excited by this card the more I think about it. It's amazing on an empty board. It's amazing when the opponent taps out for Key to the Archive and you can play this and you have 1 or 2 other creatures and just deal them a ton of damage and punish them for it, Really punish them for their Key to the Archive. In that world, it's right, but there's a lot of situations where I think it's wrong. And honestly, I looked at it. It looks really dragon-esque. It does not fly. If it flew, it would be very good. I have to give it a don't craft for now. Wait and see. I'm nervous that that it's not going to be good enough on the ground, I just fear that this one might not work out in the long term. Tawashi Song Shaper. 1 and a red 2/2 human creature. Artifact creature, human artificer. Common. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, this card gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Do you hear some sick beats coming in? Look, guys. I'm not the type of person to just stop in the middle of a set review and promote myself and like flex my ego, but this is one of the greatest fan arts of all time. Just saying. Of anyone, ever. Because as a kid, what I always loved and wanted to do was be a DJ. And as you can see, it would not be one of the greatest fan arts of all time if they had kept all this red outfitting, but the fact that all this red has been turned into blue, I think DJs are secretly blue mages. I think blue mages DJ too, you know? Anyway. Twin Shot Sniper is a 3 and a red for a 2/3 reach. Artifact creature, goblin archer. Uncommon, when it enters the battlefield, 2 damage to any target. Channel, 2 damage to any target. You can discard it for 1 and a red. The card is a good amount of value. It's not a bad card. I just don't know what deck would ever want it in current Magic, as the rate is just not there, you know? Like value options, but just under the rate is low on all of those options. It just too often you'll play it and it didn't kill the thing and it was just a speed bump, you know? If we can find sweet synergy with a channel to keep getting it back and using it over and over, but I'm still like, in standard Alchemy, I don't see it. It's this slow. The channel getting an artifact creature into the yard sounds nice, and the damage to any target sounds nice, but nah. Unstoppable Ogre. 2 and a red, 4/1. Artifact creature, Ogre Warrior at common. When it enters the battlefield, target creature can't block. Unstoppable. Something else is unstoppable. The Ogre is just distracting. I don't know what they're talking about. Upriser Renegade, 1 and a red, 1/3, creature, human samurai, uncommon. Upriser Renegade gets +2/+0 for each other modified creature you control. I mean, +2/+0 is not a joke. It's a 2-mana 3/3 if you can play a +1/+1 or get something equipped up or something like that. Might not be a complete joke. Might need the right thing. Still, on its own right now, I'm not that excited about it. Voltage Surge, 1 red, instant at common. As additional cost, you may sacrifice an artifact. Voltage Surge deals 2 damage to the target creature or planeswalker. If this spell's additional cost was paid, 4 damage instead. 1 mana, sacrifice an artifact, 4 damage to a creature or planeswalker. There's some synergy with the red egg, and there might be some synergy with some other artifacts. But I just don't really want to play a card that has that conditional thing that can't go face, you know? Because you still might have a target for it, but it just has 5 toughness, and it was like your card didn't do enough, you know? It's definitely Shrapnel Blast at home. Green! Bamboo Grove Archer. 1 and a green. Enchantment creature, Snake Archer at common, 3/3, defender with reach. Channel, discard it to destroy target creature with flying. It's 5 mana for the discard. I mean, this is an enchantment. It's 2 mana, 3/3, defender reach. Like, I think in old school Magic, this would be a sideboard card, to be honest. And I think in current Magic, you just can't play something with defender. Like, you just can't. Not unless it like draws a card when it enters the battlefield or does something absurd. I like the flexibility of the card. I just don't think it's a card you can play anymore. Bearer of Memory, 2 and a green, 3/2, enchantment creature, human monk, common, 6 mana, 5 and a green, to put a +1/+1 counter on target enchantment creature. It gains trample. That's limited. Blossom Prancer, what a joyful name. 3 and green for a 4/4 spirit, uncommon, reach. When Blossom Prancer enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 of your library. You may reveal a creature enchantment, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, you gain 4 life. So they even give you something for the feels bads. Top 5 for a creature enchantment seems really playable, but in limited. The rate is way off for constructed. I mean, it's far from a bad card. It's like a really good limited card, right? But I don't think you can play something this expensive, even with a suite of an ETB like that, in standard. Boon of Boseiju. 1 in a green instant. Target creature gets a +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among permanents you control. Untap it. Well, that card is going to like meme kill me one time or something, because somebody's going to play Unnatural Growth and give their thing +5/+5, and then like it's like a 20/20 somehow. It's a cute meme card, but I'm not that excited about it. Careful Cultivation is 2 in a green for an enchanted aura common, enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, +1/+3, reach, tap for green. Channel it, 1 in a green, discard this to create a 1/1 green human monk creature token with tap at green. I mean, as far as 2 mana dork that makes mana go, like this is pretty good because it has that flexibility that on turn 2 you can channel it, make that creature. And here's a reason that's better than the average, like way better than the average 2 mana make the thingy, because you can do it at instant speed. So you can say go with 2 mana open, your opponent, they would have bolted your bird, but they do something else instead. And then on the end step, you make the 1/1, then you untap, it loses summoning sickness, and you get to make the mana. So that's like Flash Speed Dork is something I don't think we've seen. If we have, it's been a long time. I think the aura side is like, I guess you do the aura side sometimes if you're in a late game and you really need a reach blocker and these dragons are really making you mad. But just flash Uncounterable Dork with an enchantment now in the graveyard, a permanent in the graveyard that can come up. This card is a playable card. I'm really curious to see where this fits. Like, yeah, I'm into this card. Coiling Stalker is 1 in a green for a 2/1 snake ninja with ninjutsu, 1 in a green. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control that doesn't have a counter on it. Next. Commune with Spirits. It is a green mana for a sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Reveal an enchantment or a land from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. It's land/spell selection card for a deck with enough enchantments. This will be played somewhere. I'm not really excited about it, but it will be played somewhere. I just don't know if a deck that based around enchantments is going to be tier 1. The Shrine gamers love it. Fade into Antiquity is 2 in a green for a sorcery that exiles target artifact or enchantment. Sorcery speed, yawn. Fang of Shigeki is a green for a 1/1 enchantment creature, snake ninja with death touch. Hell yeah. Rabid Bite, devouring tendrils. The combo gets more consistent with Tajuro Lightblade. Fing the Fangbearer gets another cheap death toucher to make Fin decks go. But, I mean, that's all a little meme, but it's there. The Flavor of Jukai. 3 in a green, enchanted aura, common, enchant an artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has +3/+3 and reach. Channel, discard it, +3/+3 and reach until end of turn. Yawn. Generous Visitor, 1 green, 1/1 creature spirit, uncommon. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. This card is going to kill you. This card is going to kill some people. They're going to build the enchantment deck, and it's going to have a whole bunch of enchantment creatures and ways to buff creatures with enchantments. And this is going to come down turn 1, and somebody's going to keep a hand without a removal spell. And this thing's going to hit them for like 10 on turn 4. And it's going to be, this card's going to hurt. This card's going to hurt somebody. I think it's easy enough to kill. It has no real protection, but so I think that this will be easy enough to kill, and it doesn't draw cards, so it's no Edgewall Innkeeper. I think the restriction on this card makes it narrow enough that it's not going to be a very powerful card or deck with what we've seen for the enchantments. But there's the theme deck hype people, the enchantment tribal people, they're going to kill you with this. Like, I can't wait to see how this plays in Historic with Sethis, Like this on turn 1, set this Harvest Hand on turn 2, and then just cheap enchantments till they die. Get them. Geothermal Kami, 3 and a green for a 4/3 creature spirit common. When it enters the battlefield, you may return an enchantment you control to its owner's hand, gain 3 life. Nah, think that's too narrow. Buying back your sagas is meh. God, where are all the sagas? We haven't read any sagas. Oh no. Oh no, all the double face cards must be at the bottom. We have like 1,000,000 hours to go. Goshinte of Boundless Vigor is 1 and a green, 1/1 legendary enchantment, creature shrine, uncommon, trample. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target shrine for each shrine you control. Shrines, bleh. Shrine players will love it. Grafted Growth, 2 and a green, enchant aura, enchant land, enters the battlefield, put a counter on a creature or vehicle, tap it for 2 mana of any one color. Another take on Gift of Paradise. Yeah. Greater Tanuki, 4 green, 6/5, enchant creature dog, trample, channel, search your library for a basic land, Beanstalk Giant at home. Harmonious Emergence, 3 and a green, aura, enchant a land you control, a 4 mana enchant a land, okay. Enchant land is a 4/5 with vigilance and haste, okay. If enchant land would be destroyed, instead sacrifice this, indestructible. Still doesn't keep your land from being bounced, which is such a nasty blowout. Heir of the Ancient Fang, 2 and a green for a 2/3 Snake Samurai. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. If you control a modified creature, nah. Historian's Wisdom, 2 and a green. Uncommon. Aura. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters the battlefield, if enchanted permanent is a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield, draw. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, +2/+1. I mean, it seems like you'll draw a card pretty often, but I still don't want to pay 3 mana for +2/+1 draw a card, I don't think, at all. So I'm off it. The Emergence. Nope, that was the last one. We already read that. Invoke the Ancients. It's the Invoke for green. Sorcery, rare, 1 green. Create 2 4/5 green spirit creature tokens. For each of them, put your choice of a vigilance counter, a reach counter, or a trample counter on it. You get 2 modified tokens. It's 5 mana and it's 4/5. So it's 8/10 for 5 mana. 8/10 of stats on 2 bodies, which is usually better for 5 mana. And it's a spell. So if you can get the spell back, you can do it again. I mean, this plus Chariot seems like kind of cool, you know? This plus Chariot keeps the tokens coming for sure. I wish it were an instant. Would it be busted if it were an instant? Yeah, it'd be pretty busted, huh? It would be pretty nuts, right? That's a rate you just don't see at instant speed ever. It would be busted. Too bad. Too bad. Be sweet instant, dude. A+ games. Let's go. I like that it makes 2 bodies because 1 Fading Hope, they need another one, you know? You get 2 spells out of them. I just don't know, man. 5 mana is a lot. 5 mana sorcery speed. Can you recommend this be crafted? Because, I mean, that's not even a slot for most decks, right? We don't really, like 5 mana is, if you're at a creature deck, it's like win the game territory. Is there any other like tokens? Is there any other token synergy that really fits? I mean, is it better than Wrenn and 7? You get a Planeswalker with Wrenn and 7 that can draw lands. Seems pretty good. I gotta say don't craft because I have trouble picturing it like slotting into even the mono green aggro deck, because I think I'd rather play Unnatural Growth and Hasty 4/4 Tramples for 4. So I'm not into this card. It's a sweet card. I don't see a home. I don't see it. Jukai Preserver is 3 and a green for a 3/3 human druid. When it enters the battlefield, +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Channel, discard it. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. Jukai Trainee, 1 and a green, 2/2. Whenever it blocks or becomes blocked, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Kami of Transience. Kami of Transience. 1 green for a 2/2 rare spirit trample. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this. Interesting. At the beginning of each end step, if an enchantment was put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you may return Kami of Transience from your graveyard to your hand. Ooh. So it's in the graveyard and you can get it back if other enchantments die? Or just go to the graveyard? Like sagas expiring that aren't the flippy ones? I mean, Enchantment Tribal is going to grab this. Enchantress is all over this card. A little bit, right? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't think it gets played in Historic. I'm talking about when people try, and they will, to build an enchantment-based deck in this standard. I don't see enough of that to get me excited. And this isn't an enchantment creature. So I'm kind of nervous that you play the 1-drop that gets a +1/+1 counter, then you play this as your 2-drop, you play the 1/1 and 2/2. Turn 3, you cast an enchantment. And you have a 2/2 and a 3/3 on turn 3. But at that stage, now, like, if they just played an old growth troll on the play, they have a 4/4, and you already didn't do much. But maybe you pacify it and you get him for 5. That doesn't sound like standard level power to me. It sounds medium. So I'm not into the Kami of Transcendence. I do like that you can get it back from the graveyard. That little bit of recursion is nice, but I'm not excited about it. Kappa Tech Wrecker, Ninja Turtle. Ninja Wrap. 1 and a green. 1/3. Turtle Ninja. Ninjutsu, 1 and a green. When it enters the battlefield with a Death Touch counter. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a Death Touch counter. If you do, exile an artifact or enchantment that player controls. It's cool because, like, they don't really want to block it because it has Death Touch, but if their enchantment or artifact is good enough, they will. And then it doesn't have Death Touch anymore. So that makes me think that the card's kind of bad. Sorry. I gotta trash this one. I don't think it's that good. I guess you can play it with Finn. It is pretty good with other Death Touch creatures because you can just ninjutsu it in pretty easily. But I don't think it's good. All right, Kodama of the West Tree. Let's restart the Kodama cycle. 2 and a green for a mythic 3/3. Legendary creature spirit with reach. Modified creatures you control have trample. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and shuffle. I don't think I care. I don't think, like, in a dream state, you already have a sweet modified creature when you play this on turn 3, and your 2-mana modified creature, like, lets you ramp, but it has to be basic, so it really limits your mana base, because mana bases are good otherwise right now. So for me, it's a no. For me, it's a no. I'm saying don't craft this here, Mythic, in my opinion. Because I just don't think it's enough payoff. Get a land? It's card advantage, but if you don't have something to do with all those lands, you didn't do anything. Kura, the Boundless Sky. We've got the green dragon. 3 and a green 4/4 legendary creature, dragon spirit, mythic, flying, and death touch. When it dies, choose 1. Search your library for up to 3 lands. Reveal them, put them into your hand and shuffle. Or create an XX green spirit creature token where X is the number of lands you control. Any land. Man, does this card want, like, greater good. The curve's so nice with greater good, too. But it also doesn't put them on the battlefield. The red one makes 3 treasures. I feel like this one should at least put 1 onto the battlefield. If not all, to be honest. Like, would it be busted if you put them on the battlefield tapped? To do that, you'd have to pay 5 mana for a 4/4 flying death touch, and then you'd need to sacrifice it, or the opponent would have to engage with it. I don't think that would be busted. It'd be cool. Yeah, I'm let down by Green Dragon here. Just kind of for what the potential that it would have had. And the fact that there's Vanishing Verse and Fading Hope doesn't help. Yep. Yeah, is this the worst dragon? If we were going to rank the dragons, does this come up last? I think the red one's definitely better. I think the black one's potentially the best. I think the blue and white ones, yeah, I think this loses I think this loses in a 5-color showdown between the spirit dragons. But I don't know. I just don't love it. All right. March of Burgeoning Life. It's time for the green march. So it's green X. It has the march text. It's an instant. It's rare. Choose target creature with mana value X or mana value less than X. Search your library for a creature card with the same name as that creature, then put onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Instant speed, basically take a card that a creature you played and go nab a copy of it. But you do have to be able to pay a good amount to do that. The X has to be greater, right? Search your library for a creature card with the same name as that creature. The mana value has to be less than X. So if like you have a 2 mana card, you have to pay 4 mana total for the march to go get another one of it. Yeah, it's less than, not less than, or equal. So that's really rough because, I mean, what are for example, a green card that would be great to make another copy of because they're so good in multiples is Werewolf Pack Leader, right? So to get a Werewolf Pack Leader, you play the Werewolf Pack Leader on turn 2. On turn 3, you have to pay 4 total to get the Pack Leader. So you need to hit your land drop. You need to exile a card from your hand and pay the 3 mana on the battlefield. Then you choose target creature. So this targets. If they remove the Pack Leader in response, I'm pretty sure you get nothing and you exile a card from your hand. Ew. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But it is instant speed. In theory, you can give something flash. I mean, I'm trying to think of where that's good enough. For example, grabbing Skyclave Apparitions and Brutal Cathars sounds pretty sweet. But I don't know, man. Both the pricing of the card and the fact that it can get blown out by removal, even though you can play it at instant speed, I don't think this ever takes off. No text on an empty board is kind of sad. It's pretty sad. You can use it in response to removal, and it's like you replayed your creature again, but you probably have to exile cards to do it. You can use it to legend rule your own dragons to trigger their death abilities. Yeah, if you discard your hand. This seems bad, guys. Me reading this, like in this cycle, this seems pretty bad. I think, which is fine. Green doesn't always have to get the best of everything. I'm saying don't craft this. Don't craft. Master's Rebuke is 1 and a green, instant at common. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Rabid Bite, instant speed? Okay. Oroki Merge Keeper, 1 and a green, 1/1, tap for green, Snake Druid at uncommon. As long as it's modified, it gets tapped for 2. Put a counter on it somehow, put an equipment on it, taps for 2. Not bad. I'll take the channel. I'll take the one with channel, though. Roaring Earth is 1 and a green for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a counter on target creature or vehicle you control. Channel X green, discard this, put X 1/1 counters on target land you control. It becomes a 0/0 green spirit creature with haste. It's still a land. So if you play it early, it gives you like an incentive to play a bunch of lands. If you play it late, you can just power something up and hit hard, like a green fireball. I mean, some memer will probably try this. I don't think landfall for +1/+1 counters is good enough on the front side. You can play it for 2, X = 0 to destroy your own land. Yeah! Taste it, Townraiser Tyrant. I'm not going to sacrifice it. I'm going to discard a card to destroy it myself. Yeah, weird, dude. It's weird. Just weird. I'm not into it. I think it's meant for limited. I'm not into it. Season of Renewal, 2 and a green instant. Choose one or both. Return a creature card from graveyard to hand or return enchantment card from graveyard to the hand. Green card draw at instant speed. You can draw a creature from your graveyard and an enchantment from your graveyard. 3 mana, instant speed, 2 for 1 in green. I think that the types on it make it too narrow to be great, and it probably won't see constructed play. It's just kind of cool. Shigeki, Jukai Visionary, 1 and a green, rare, 1/3, legendary, enchantment, creature, snake, druid. 1 and a green. Return this card to its owner's hand. Oh, and you have to tap it. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest into your graveyard. Channel XX green. Discard Shigeki. Return X target non-legendary cards from your graveyard to your hand. X target non-legendary cards from your graveyard to your hand. You can get back a lot of stuff with that if you draw this in the late game, which is great because it's the time you least want it. The ability is cool. Like 2 and a green, you play a 1/3, you block their 2/2, you untap, and you at instant speed. So after blocking on their turn, you can activate this, hit a land, put it onto the battlefield. This returns to your hand. You cast it again later. You fill your graveyard. Like, it's a cool card. I just think it's the wrong time, man. I think it's too... This is like in a control mirror, if the opponent can't kill this, first of all, they're playing a bad control deck. But like, if you got to do this multiple times in control mirror, it can definitely get you ahead. I think it's going to die too easily, or it's going to be a matchup where doing this doesn't matter and your opponent just crushes you for it. I wish this card was good. I wish this was a sweet card. It's like an old school sweet card, new school bad card. So I guess I'm saying don't craft, guys. I wish I could get excited about cards like this anymore, as I used to. Spinning Wheel Kick is XX green sorcery, uncommon. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of X target creatures and/or planeswalkers. Cool concept. Yeah, too expensive. Springleaf Avenger, 3 green 6/5 creature, insect ninja, rare, ninjutsu, 3 and a green. Whenever Springleaf Avenger deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. That's a really expensive ninjutsu you're going for. Really expensive. And you have to have a permanent card that you like in your graveyard to get back. And it doesn't go into the battlefield. That would be awesome. No, it just goes to your hand. This is one of the thicker insects you'll find at just 6/5. But this card's not good, is it? It can't be good. Story Weave, 2 and a green instant. Uncommon, choose 1, 2 counters on a thing, or 2 lore sagas on target saga you control. The next time 1 or more enchantment creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn, 2 additional +1/+1 counters. Tameo Safekeeping, 1 green, target permanent you control gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. It is an instant. You gain 2 life. I mean, some people are going to play that card. And there it is in your life gain theme deck, like triggering your voice of... I want to say voice of all. That's not what it is. Voice of the blessed. Somebody's going to play it. Not me, probably. I think Snakeskin Veil's a better card. But I guess Snakeskin Veil doesn't help against wraths. This does? I mean, if you really want to protect your stuff, now you have 4 Veils and 4 of this just to make people miserable. Weaver of Harmony is 1 and a green for an enchantment creature, Snake Druid at rare. The 2/2 other enchantment creatures get +1/+1. So enchantment creature Lord is kind of exciting. Green tap, copy target activated or triggered ability you control from an enchantment source. You may choose new targets for the copy. Obviously, kind of meant to be in shrines, you know? Does really cool things with shrines, but this can copy other activated abilities too. For example, it's a triggered ability. Triggered ability is weird on a card like this. So if you play a Banishing Light, you can copy and just exile 2 things. If a Saga triggers, you can copy that. Get 2 Saga activations. That doesn't sound like a bad thing. Yeah, I said Banishing Light, borrowed time. Correct. I I mean, there might be a deck that can play so many enchantments that a copy of this makes sense. And it does, it's not legendary and it keys off itself. So if you want to play a lot of enchantment stuff, if you have enchantment creatures you want to play, if you want to play sagas, if you want to play things that trigger, that are enchantments, if you're all over the new era of Enchantress deck, this is going to be a 4 of in that deck. So have your wild cards ready. Until I see that deck pop off, there's no way I'm going to craft. I would craft it if I were on a budget. Nope. Guys, there aren't that many rares or mythics I think you need to craft from this set for current competitive standard. There's a lot of build around, but there's not a lot of like, well, I better craft this or my Is It deck isn't going to be competitive anymore. I would say there's almost none of that. Web Spinner, Cuff, 2 and a green, an artifact creature, equipment spider, 1/4, reach. Equipped creature gets +1/+4, has reach. There always has to be like a spider in limited, you know? It's got to be there. It's important. Multicolored. Asari Captain is 3 and a red-white for a creature human samurai. It's a 4/3. It is uncommon. It has haste. Whenever a samurai text, warrior text thing happens, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each samurai or warrior you control. No. Colossal Sky Turtle for green, blue, 6/5 enchantment creature turtle. Uncommon, flying with ward 2, because who's going to pay 2? You know, you like having that ward 2 on there. You got to pay so much to remove this freaking 6/5 that costs 7 mana. Channel, 2 and a green, discard Colossal Sky Turtle, return target card from your graveyard to your hand. So regrowth baked in there. Not regrowth, whatever the more expensive. Recollect. Channel, 1 and a blue, discard Colossal Sky Turtle, return target creature to its owner's hand. Ooh, it bounces stuff when you channel it. This is another card that lets us fight back against Tasha's hideous laughter. Who's laughing now? I have Sky Turtles in my deck. Still, I don't think... I think if this were a split card of just 2 and a green to get a thing back or 1 and a blue to bounce a thing, those are both like limited cost effects, and the versatility makes it seem better than it is, and the giant Sky Turtle creature makes it seem a little better than it is. I'm not saying this won't see any play as like a gimmick, but like the rate alone doesn't make it standard playable. So I don't think you'll see it very often. And I don't think you should, to be honest. But it's another sweet uncommon that you can put in your decks if you want to occasionally cast a Colossal Sky Turtle. A Ganjo Uprising, X and a red-white sorcery rare. Create X 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance. They gain menace and haste until end of turn. Each opponent creates X -1 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance. Weirdest attempt at a fireball I've ever seen. Like, it's so weird. I mean, because of the menace that yours gain, you have, like, in a way, yours get through, like, but then they also have these 2/2s. You can play Anthem effects, but I just something about me rebels so hard against this card that I do believe it sucks. I do believe this is an unplayable rare. Nope. Enthusiastic Mechanaut is it's a blue and a red for a 2/2 flying goblin artifact creature. And it's an uncommon. It says artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I mean, I'm looking forward to this with Joyra in Historic Brawl and in Commander in general. And it is an open-ended reduction on artifacts, so your 1 mana artifact now costs 0. And it's not a terrible body, and it's not too expensive. So the card is, I would say, playable. The shell around it has to be pretty good. I think it's... I can't picture a deck that's like just head-to-toe artifacts, but I mean, for example, you can play this on turn 2 and play Chariot on turn 3, you know? So it is potentially dangerous. It is an uncommon, so you don't have to worry about whether or not to craft it for the most part. Another very good uncommon in the set that helps push the theme of the set forward, so I think a lot of people are going to enjoy this card. So I think it's going to do fine. Gloom Shrieker is 1 and a black-green for a 2/1 uncommon, enchantment creature cat beast with menace. And when it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If Gloomshrieker would die, exile it instead. So it's an eternal witness type thing that can only target permanents. And if it would die, you have to exile it. So it keeps it from looping with itself. But it's still really good. I mean, witness, people have done a lot of stuff with Eternal Witness over the years, and getting back cards like Cryptic Command or powerful spells was certainly some of the nutty things you could do, because Witness could get any card. This gets permanents, but it's not a bad card. It's not a bad card. I'm trying to think exactly where it would fit best, though. And maybe some kind of a green-black Blood Money, getting back cards like Lulf, getting back the Meat Hook Massacre to use it again. Those things sound really good to me. And you have a body, so you can sacrifice it to Deadly Dispute or to any of those other things that give you value for sacrificing. And it's also an enchantment. So if there's enchantment synergy, it works with that too. I think Gloomshrieker will find a home somewhere, and it's uncommon, so it's another sweet uncommon that isn't going to cost you too much. Can we agree that for all the like fretting over the economy, the best thing I think they can do for the arena economy isn't to give us all like a ton more rares and wildcards, just make the rares and mythics less essential to collect. Just make it so that half our deck that's competitive can be uncommons, you know? Let's just start there. Let's try to get half our deck to be uncommons. Just make the rares a little less just better than everything, and make the uncommons and commons good. I mean, if they had done that in Alchemy, would anybody be mad? If Alchemy had like the more fringe weirdo cards with the digital mechanics being rares and mythics, and have most everything else be uncommons, I mean, nobody would be mad about that. They wouldn't be mad. Anyway, just something to think about. It almost feels like it's happening. I feel like I'm reading it right in front of my face. There's so many good commons and uncommons in this set. All right. Greasefang Okiba Boss is 1 and a white-black for, a rare, 4/3. 3 mana, 4/3. Legendary creature, Rat Pilot. Ooh. So meant to be a pilot, and it's a 4/3, so it can already crew Chariot, poggers. And then at the beginning of combat, on your turn, return target vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. The battlefield, guys. It gains haste. Return it to owner's hand at the beginning of your next end step. This plus Chariot? Anyone? Just endless Chariot? I can't believe Chariot's still legal and we have a vehicle-themed set coming out. Like, is there enough reason to play Abzan anyway? Like, Wedding Announcement's becoming a really good card. Black is really good for exiling stuff with things like Vanishing Verse. You could play green to ramp, or you could just make Chariot the only green card. Right? I mean, yes, you return it to hand on the end step, but then you play it again and you get 2 more cats. How's that bad? And if you have any way to discard a card from your hand for value, you just keep, as long as Greasefang lives, you just keep discarding the vehicle and getting it back and giving it haste every turn. From graveyard to hand is bad. It says right here, from your graveyard to the battlefield. Am I stupid? Or are you stupid, chat? I don't know. It is what it is. This card seems pretty sick, though, because, you can play your Chariot, crew your Chariot, attack with Chariot. Opponent's like, I block and fight off your Chariot, or I use removal spell on your Chariot. And then you're like, okay, that's cool. Next turn, play Greasefang, get back Chariot. So many cats. Like, that's 10 power and toughness, kinda. Because you got the 4/4 back in your hand, you made 2 cats, and you copied a cat. It can be, like, the Chariot going to your hand isn't a bad thing, you guys. You need a way to discard it to keep reanimating it from the graveyard. But why is it bad? Why are you, like, suddenly upset with the idea of casting Chariot? It's already one of the best things you can do in the format. It's already, like, It's already like S tier just to cast a chariot. Now we're saying you get back a chariot with haste, make a free thing, then return to your hand and cast it again. What's the problem? Oh my God. Why? Chat, your hard work. Your hard work, and I'm going to cut you out of the content game if you keep it up. You have to get good. Yeah, I mean, Deadly Dispute with it sounds pretty good. That's true. That sounds very nice. All right. Anyway, Greasefang over here. This is a gamer in my world. Like, I think this is a gamer. It seems so good. I think if you're gonna, I think some kind of Abzan mid-range deck with this as like a 2 or 3 of, I don't think you just need 4 because on its own, it doesn't do anything. You need the vehicles, and vehicles frequently are not great without a pilot, so you can't draw too many vehicles. But I'd craft 2 if you want to try what I'm talking about. I'd craft 2 and see how it goes. Then you can pick up your 3rd and 4th if it's a must, but I would get 2 because just casting Chariot, despite what chat thinks, just casting Chariot is already one of the best things you can possibly do. So then if something were to happen to it, getting it back and making it do even more is amazing. Hinata! Wait, Hinata? Like the shy gal who likes Naruto? Hinata, the Dawn Crowned, is 1 and Jeskai mana for a 4/4 legendary creature, Kirin Spirit at rare, flying and trample. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each target. Spells your opponents cast cost 1 more to cast for each target. So can play some Hinata stacks in Commander and just pile up, make it hard to kill things. But that spells you cast 1 less for each target is pretty incredible. For example, Sublime Epiphany for 2 mana. Anyone? Heliod's Intervention for all their stuff. Whee! I mean, there's some nutty things like in Historic and in Historic Brawl and in Commander. But yeah, spells costing 1 less for each target, that can get out of hand. What's Magma Opus got for targets? Up to 6, right? In theory, if you were doing 1 damage to each of those things, Magma Opus costs 2. Yes. So there are some nutty things you can do with it. I don't love it for standard. On curve, it's kind of an okay underrate, dies to slightly more expensive removal. So I think it's a Historic Brawl card. I think Historic Brawl and Commander itself are the best formats for this. I can't picture myself putting this in like my control decks. So it would need to be in some kind of mid-range deck where targeting things is just a back and forth thing that's constantly happening, and the 1 reduction or the 1 extra is somehow a big deal. Like if this had Ward, it would be a house, you know? So I don't think so. This is not it for me. Not for standard. I am not crafting this for standard. Invigorating Hot Springs, 1 red-green enchantment, uncommon. Is that a monkey? Invigorating Hot Springs enters the battlefield with 4 counters on it. 4 +1/+1 counters on it. Modified creatures you control have haste. Remove a +1/+1 counter from Invigorated Hot Spring. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery and only once per turn. I mean, I remember Fires of Yavimaya. This card has a lot of Fires of Yavimaya in it. Like, this comes down on 3, and then your 4, 5, and 6 drop can have haste and an additional +1/+1 counter. A little bit better than the card that gave Riot, but doesn't have the can't be countered thing. I think people saying this card is bad are forgetting that it says modified creatures you control have haste. Haste is really good. It's like one of the best things you can do. So, I mean, the chance that your 4, 5s, and 6s in a deck with this could have haste, it's actually really powerful. The monkey dip meta's incoming. Yeah. I am not convinced this is a bad card. I think there are some powerful cards that you could use with this. Honestly, just look at your 4/4s, 5/5. Look at your 4, 5, and 6 drops, and think about how, hey, it could have +1. It could have +1/+1 in haste, and you're like, that would be a lot. That would be a lot. Imagine Battle Mammoth, 7/6 when they target it, you draw a card, it has haste. Imagine this, and I don't know, a card I've never mentioned before, Isika's Chariot. Now, Reckless Stormseeker already exists, but this is a little more resilient than Reckless Stormseeker. They're less likely to, they'll pop that removal spell on the Stormseeker, but they might not be able to deal with the Hot Spring. And there might be other synergies for having an enchantment that you want, and there might be other synergies for having a modified creature that you want. So, I think this card might get played. I think this card could be good. Chariot is not a creature. 10-7, have you never crewed your Chariot before? I can't make this up. YouTube, leave me a comment. Do you see what I deal with now? You see what I deal with? All right. Ishin 2 Heavens as 1 is a red, white, and black 3/4 legendary creature, human samurai at rare. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So what are we doing? What are our attack triggers that are awesome with this Mardu card? Do not say Werewolf Pack Leader. I am not trying to play double green into Mardu. That is the most insane thing I think anyone could say. Velomachus. Ooh. Velomachus lore hold with this card, getting double triggers is hot. Isika's Chariot. Copying 2 tokens is pretty great. Magda doesn't work. Magda doesn't work because it says whenever Magda becomes tapped, not whenever Magda attacks. You don't get double treasures from Magda. Not how it works. Ranger class gets you 2 +1/+1 counters. Luminarch Ass Pirate, which is probably a better idea in standard, gets you 2 +1/+1 counters, right? Or no, it doesn't. That's a triggered ability at the beginning of combat. Never mind. Wrong about the Ass Pirate. Goldspan Dragon gets you 2 treasures or 4 mana. That's kind of nice. Training goes off twice. Winota would trigger. So there's enough things, right? We just have to figure out, is there a way to do it in standard and alchemy that's epic enough to make Ishin and this Mardu cost totally playable? Venture has some triggers like that. I just don't know if it's worth it. I really think this is more of a commander card, and my recommendation is not to craft it for, standard ladder play. Jukai Naturalist is a green and a white for a 2/2 enchantment creature, human monk, uncommon, lifelink. Enchantment spells cost 1 less to cast. Dude, there are a lot of 2 mana enchantment stuff, and none of it is the traditional enchantress where you just draw a card whenever you play an enchantment, but there's a lot of weird 2 mana creature synergy enchantment cards, and maybe they come together to be really powerful. We'll have to try it. Kaito Shizuki, 1 and a blue and a black for a 3 loyalty planeswalker, legendary planeswalker Kaito. Mythic, at the beginning of your end step, if this card entered the battlefield this turn, it phases out. +1, draw a card, then discard a card unless you attacked this turn. -2, create a 1/1 blue ninja creature token with this creature can't be blocked. -7, you get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a blue or black creature card, put it onto the battlefield, and shuffle. I'm trying to figure out if this is another Chandra, like the 3 mana Chandra from the last set, or if it's better. The fact that you can draw a card with it on the +1, and you get to keep it if you attack this turn is really good. Really good in kind of the new roguey thing, especially if you're not getting attacked. The phasing itself out means you don't have to worry about protecting it for at least 1 turn. I think this is a very good 3 mana play as long as you curved out. You really need 1 mana, you really need 2 mana. So you're playing really low to the ground stuff. rogues, ninjas. And then you play this card on turn 3, and it really keeps a lot of pressure on. Now, if you're not in a position to be attacking, it's pretty rough. You minus it to make a 1/1. That's not great. They can't attack it right away, but at least you get to, untap, phase it in, have your mana available to do other things with your turn, and then you can try to get your ninjutsu. But I think in a deck with ninja cards, this is definitely a big part of it. Like, this is a player in that deck. So if you're going to play the ninja deck, I think you're going to need 3 of this, maybe 4. Because, I mean, man, when you get on the front foot with this thing and just every turn it's +1, draw a card, +1, draw a card, and the opponent, they're under attack, but they also need to figure out how to get rid of your creatures, but then they also need to figure out how to get rid of your planeswalker. That's a nasty squeeze for like a 3-mana planeswalker. That's really nasty. I'm into this card. I think if you're going to ninja, you got to have 3. I do. Now, if you don't believe in ninjas, you haven't seen enough ninja in the set, just don't craft this card. Kotose, the Silent Spider, 3 and a blue-black for a 4/4 rare human ninja legend. When this enters the battlefield, exile target card other than a basic land card from an opponent's graveyard. Search that player's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that card and exile them. Then that player shuffles. For as long as you control this, you may play one of those exiled cards and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. 5 mana for a 4/4. Enters the battlefield, goes into the opponent's graveyard, and just cranial extractions. This surgical extraction, just get them all out. They're all out of your deck. This can be any card other than basic land. Nifty. It can be like creatures and spells and all kinds of stuff. And then you get to play one of them. And you don't get to play the others, but you get to play one. They have none, you get one. 5 mana is too much. I'm sorry, guys. This card is cool and I'd like to like it. 5 mana is way too much. It's way too much. I can't, in good conscience, send you out to craft this 5 mana card. I can't do it. Therefore, it gets a 0. Can't do it. Naomi, Pillar of Order, is 3 and a white black for a 4/4 legendary creature, human advisor, uncommon. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. Sounds nice, but you do have to have both, or it's a 5 mana 4/4. And we just talked about how the last one was too expensive, so I'm not into this card. Oni Cult Anvil. Rakdos, red and a black for an artifact uncommon. Whenever one or more artifacts you control leave the battlefield during your turn, create a 1/1 colorless construct artifact creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Tap it and sacrifice an artifact. Oni Cult Anvil deals 1 damage to each opponent. You gain 1 life. It does create a construct artifact token. So once a turn, you can deal 1 damage to each opponent and gain 1 life. But once a turn, it's kind of a cat oven. It's kind of a self-sustaining cat oven. Here's the thing, to get it going, you need an artifact to sacrifice to start the chain. And then your 1/1 has to live. That's not great. It does say when 1 or more artifacts you control leave the battlefield. So if you sacrifice a treasure, you get a 1/1? I guess? It's kind of cool. Same with a blood token, same with a clue. Same with a food. I mean, maybe it's not that hard to get going. I'm trying to evaluate this. This is a tough one to evaluate. It's an uncommon, so thank God we can easily get it and try it out. This card might be really good. The once each turn is a nice way to protect it from becoming cat oven. Otherwise, it would probably be insane. Seems pretty great with Mayhem Devil. Yeah. Also a sack outlet, but we can't sacrifice the dragons to it. We can only sack artifacts, which is kind of sad. I don't know, guys. This card might be good. I mean, you don't have to... Again, it's an uncommon, so we can try it out and find out. But I keep an eye on this one. Prodigy's Prototype is 1 and a white-blue artifact vehicle 3/4. Crew 2. Whenever one or more vehicles you control attack, create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature crew's vehicles power were 2 or greater. Or 2 greater, sorry. So it's a token. It poops tokens, but you do have to crew it for 2. But whenever you do, you make pilots, and they crew future things. I mean, is that good? 3 mana. So you play this, and then hear me out. You play Chariot on 4, and you use one of the cats to crew this, and you attack with it. And you make a 1/1 colorless pilot, and it helps someday crew your Chariot in the future, or you can copy pilots. And oh my God, if you copy your pilot with a Chariot, you can Colossal Plow. You can Colossal Plow, guys. You can do it. It's a thing you can do. I'm not excited about this card, though, contrary to the explosion of emotion you just witnessed. Ryu, Storm's Edge, is 2 and a red-white, 3/3, human samurai legendary rare. First strike, it has the samurai thing. Whenever they attack alone, untap it. If it's the first combat phase of the turn, there is an additional combat phase. Additional combat phase is very strong. The fact that you can only attack with one thing to trigger it is kind of... First strike's not bad. I am not excited about the samurai text. That when it attacks alone, you get a thing. I mean, if they were gonna make that a thing on several cards in the set, they could have at least reprinted a few Exalted cards, you know? I just can't get excited about it. My brain looks at this and so I'm moving on. Risana Asari Commander is 1 and a red-white, hasty 3/3 human samurai that's legendary and rare. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, if it doesn't have an indestructible counter on it, put an indestructible counter on it. Whenever combat damage is dealt to you, remove the indestructible counter. So the idea is you play this, you swing, you hit, now you have an indestructible 3/3 haste for 3. This card is a scam. Absolute scam. It's totally going to get people. They're going to get so excited about getting indestructible. Miyuk Massacre laughs at you. Fading Hope laughs at you. Divine Purge laughs on you. Laughy laugh laugh. Ha ha ha. Scam. Do not scam yourself. Ali Eldrazi is raiding, guys. We got an Ali Eldrazi raid. Defend the dojo. Welcome, our new students, with some spinny CGB emotes. Thank you very much, Ali. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Keeping these fine folks entertained. I'll take it from here. We are reviewing cards from Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty, with an eye on small constructed formats like Standard and Alchemy, which means most of them we roll our eyes, but we try to have fun doing it. Loy24, thanks for the prime. Appreciate that. Satoru Umazawa. 1 and a blue and a black for a 2/4 legendary creature, human ninja at rare whenever you activate a ninja ability. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest on the bottom in any order. This ability triggers only once each turn. Each creature card in your hand has ninjutsu, 2 and a blue-black. Guys, what card do we need to hook up with some ninjutsu for 2 and a blue-black? Can you think of a card that isn't already a ninja, that when it hits the opponent is like, wow, holy poggers? Anyone? Toxrill? Huh? I mean, I guess we cheated it onto the battlefield. Hullbreaker Horror? Yeah, man, I can't get that excited about this way to cheat things out, to be honest. You have to play this on 3, and then you have to have already played the cheap guys, and nothing happens to this, and nothing happens to the cheap guys. It's just, it's another scam. Jingataxis is a good answer, but it's another scam. It's another, like, Well, if my opponent literally couldn't interact with me in any way and I was going to pop off perfectly, then yeah, of course I won the game. Satsuki, the Living Lore. Green and a white. So many like enchantment based like green and a white or like 2 mana plays. Let's see what this one is. Green and a white, 1/3, legendary creature, human druid, at rare. Tap it to put a lore counter on each saga you control. Activate as a sorcery. When it dies, choose 1 or up to 1. Return target saga or enchantment you control to its owner's hand, or return target saga from your graveyard to your hand. Saga Tribal? I mean, we've already got so many 2-drops that work well with enchantments, and now we've got one that works extra well with sagas. There might be a lot of use for this card. What saga do we most want to like level up, you know? It does burn you through your saga quickly, but that can be really powerful because the cards weren't made to work that way. They weren't made to get all that effect in one turn. Binding. Binding is still in the format, guys. Easy to forget. There's a bunch of new ones. We haven't talked about them yet. So yeah, Saga Tribal Control or Saga Tribal Nonsense is definitely something I'm willing to try. The white saga is really good. The white 3-mana saga is so good. And it plays well with this because it can get this back because we haven't talked about the card yet, but it's a 2-mana permanent. It's so good. So yay. We're going to try to make a saga deck. This is a craft if that deck is good. I think there's enough potential. The God Draw gets a ton of value very quickly. So don't be surprised if you need to craft this in the future. If you are not excited by putting lore counters on sagas, don't craft. But if you are, I think you could craft this and it might turn out to be good. It's like the kind of thing you want to explore. And if it's good, you want 4 of this. Like you want to draw this every chance you get. Silver Fur Master is a blue-black 2/2 rat ninja uncommon ninjutsu blue-black. Ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. Other ninja and rogue creatures get +1/+1. Rogue Lord, Master Splinter. If it were Master Splinter, guys, it would be legendary. It's not, which is a good thing because with the copy ninja, you can copy this, and you can copy ninja ninjutsu on turn 3. If you play this on 2, it gives the nut draw for ninjas like next level. There's a lot of good rogues and ninjas, guys. Let's go. Like you copying your ninja lord on turn 3 and attacking is so strong. So strong. That's turn 3. You do the ninjutsu thing. If you curved out perfectly, you're attacking with 3/3/3 creatures. It's wild. All right. Spirit Sister's Call. 3 and a white-black for a mythic. What the hell is this? Orzhov, 5-mana Orzhov enchantment mythic. At the beginning of your end step, choose target permanent in your graveyard. You may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with the chosen card. If you do, return the chosen card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it gains if this permanent would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. Every end step, you can sacrifice something with a like type and get back something from the graveyard. Shambling Ghast gets back your Jin-Gitaxis or whatever. I mean, that's a pretty wild card, right? And it kind of happens the turn you play it, as long as they don't instant speed remove this or your graveyard. That doesn't suck. I mean, if we had a Praetor, to get back, you can picture how that would go. Maybe it's too situational. It's not exactly easy to create that situation. It's also not like you want to sacrifice like your Planeswalker to get a Planeswalker very often. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's a Timmy mythic. I don't know. It's pretty easy to cast, though. You can play in a variety of decks. A Spirit Sisters call deck would be pretty hype. You usually get at least one use out of it because it triggers on end step. So, I don't know, if I'm reanimating some massive demon, like a Burning Rune demon, because I sacrificed a Shambling Gas, that doesn't sound stupid. That sounds dangerous. I'm not convinced that this sucks, but we'll see. It might suck. Don't craft it. Too mythic. I'm not going to send you to spend mythics if I'm not sure they're nuts. But it might not suck. Tamiyo! Completed Sage. Tamiyo is completed. Sag. 2 and a green and a Phyrexian hybrid and a blue for a 5 loyalty legendary Planeswalker Tamiyo with completed. If life is paid for this Planeswalker, it enters with 2 fewer loyalty, +1, tap up to 1 target artifact or creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step, -X, exile target non-land permanent card with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of that card. -7. Create Tamiyo's Notebook, a legendary colorless artifact token with spells you cast cost 2 less to cast and tap to draw a card. I think this card is sweet. I think the ability to plus it and lock down like an artifact or creature is actually really good and totally fine. You can tap down a Chariot, for example, and the cats don't kill it right away. The -X can get back a Chariot, for example. So much value. Oh my god. This, like, the Chariot theme set review is a real thing, guys. It's a real thing, at least for standard. But yeah, the ability to get any permanent is pretty sweet. The ability to get Planeswalker is very sweet. Like, any turn where you can go Planeswalker, if they don't have a board presence and can't kill them, it's just so bad for you. So I'm a big fan of Tamiyo the Completed Sage. Tamiyo and Chariot are going to be best friends. They're going to be best friends. Create a token that's a copy of that card. Hold on. Whenever Asika's Chariot attacks, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. Do you get it? Do you get what I'm saying? Your token Chariot can attack to make another Chariot. It does legendary rule itself, but you get 2 cats instead of 1. It still makes 2 cats. You just choose the one that's attacking. Cats on cats on cats. Cats on cats on cats on cats, guys. Doesn't that work? Come on. We got judges in the chat. Where are you at? Level 5, 9,000 judges. That works, doesn't it? Cats on cats on cats on cats on cats. It's just Chariots all the way down. What's better than 2 cats? What's better than 1 cat? 2 cats. Easy. Easy. We have completed Multicolor. We have sagas and artifacts and lands left. We got this, guys. You who are here right now, you are seeing me through. I need your momentum. I need your energy. Automated Artificer is 2 colorless for a 1/3 Artificer artifact creature common. Tap for a colorless. Spend it only to activate an ability or cast an artifact spell. Maybe there's an artifact tribal that's going to play more of this, but looks like a limited card. Hey, hold on. Turn 3, Chariot. Say it with me. Turn 3, Chariot off the Automated Artificer. You can do it now in any color. Bronze Cudgels. Bronze Cud Gels, obviously correct. 1 colorless. Artifact equipment, uncommon. 2, until end of turn, equipped creature gets +X +O, where X is the number of times this ability has resolved this turn. Equip 1. Infinite mana, infinite damage. Nice. It's a meme. Brute suit. Like a zoot suit, but it's a brute suit. LOL. 3/4/3 vigilance, crew 1. Circuit Mender. 3 artifact creature insect. 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. When it leaves the battlefield, draw a card. That doesn't suck. I'm getting some Kitchen Finks type vibes, and it can replace itself when it dies. I just don't know what deck would want it. I think everybody else has better 3-drops. So I don't think it's like standard playable. It just doesn't absolutely suck. Containment Construct. 2 colorless. Uncommon 2/1 artifact creature construct. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. That does not suck. It's a very fragile card, and it's not going to attack very often. But if you just have it on the battlefield and you play like a Thrill of Possibility and you discard a land, you can play that land. No, that doesn't suck either. There might be a spot for that. I don't think we have a lot of things that are like discard, where we're constantly discarding cards from our hand very often. But it's also probably a sweet commander, like storm type commander combo card. Channel is discard. So, okay, so I have this on the battlefield. I channel one of the lands we haven't talked about yet, and then I can play it as a land. Poggies. I mean, that's just nice little value. You did spend 2 mana on a 2/1 artifact, so you need more artifact or construct synergy, something to make this a little better. And then you've got, then you're doing it. You're doing it. Dramatist Puppet is 4 colorless for a 2/4 artifact creature construct. When it enters the battlefield, for each kind of counter on a permanent, put another counter of that kind on it or remove one from it. I mean, you can put a loyalty on your Planeswalker and maybe ultimate it early. Eater of Virtue. 1 colorless for a legendary artifact equipment at rare. I mean, I'm getting some Shadow Spear vibes. Whenever equipped creature dies, exile it. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. As long as a card exiled with Eater of Virtue has flying, equipped creature has flying. Oh no. The same is true for First Strike, Double Strike, Death Touch, Haste, Hexproof, Indestructible, Lifelink, Menace, Protection, Reach, Trample, Vigilance, Equip 1. Really? An equipment where we want our thing with keywords to die, just so we can give those keywords to another creature that hopefully has different keywords so that it too can die. And hopefully they both had different keywords, so the third thing that we pay to equip it to could have 3 different keywords. And then we want it to die. I just think it sucks. I just think it's bad. Oh, it rings so bad to me. So bad. So bad. I'm not excited about this card. I mean, it's like the best Bone Splitter ever printed. So it's not a terrible card, but it's no Shadow Spear. It's not. I don't think it'll ever fetch like a commander price like Shadow Spear does, I wish it gave something on its own besides +2/+0. If it just started you off with a keyword, like the frickin', they let you pick a counter at random that the crystalline giant or crystallized giant, whatever it was, from Ikoria had. Like, I can't just somehow get you a counter with a keyword at random or something, just something. Just let's start with something. Okay. Ecologist Terrarium. 2 colorless artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. 2, sacrifice it, put a +1/+1 counter, target creature, activate as a sorcery. You get a lot for, like you get a lot of material out of this. You get an artifact on the field. There are things that like that. You get a land. You just get to go get a land. And then later you get to make a creature bigger, although that rate sucks. I mean, this card's okay. it's probably not great. I mean, I think environmental sciences and the 2 life is still better, but if you have like things that work with artifacts on the battlefield, this card is fine. High speed hover bike, 2 colorless for a 2/2 flash flying. When it enters the battlefield, tap 1 creature, crew 1. This is a really bizarre uncommon vehicle. I just don't know if there's a vehicle you want to play on 2 with like 2/2 stats, it's probably this one because it does a lot. When it enters the battlefield, tapping something to make sure it gets in. It only crews for 1, but I still can't see it. It's just not. At the end of the day, it's a 2-mana 2/2 for 2, you know? And you have to crew it. Like, I can't play this in Delver because my Delver has to tap to crew this thing. It's lame. Ninjutsu Enabler. I don't want to return this to my hand that much. I mean, the ETB is nice, but it's not amazing. Flying bears have their moments, but I can't see it in standard right now. I can't picture where to put it. It's not really a flying bear because it has to be crewed to do something. If it didn't have to be crewed, if it was like a living vehicle, if it could attack on its own, it would be good. Yeah, I don't know. Iron Apprentice, 1 colorless, artifact creature construct 0/0, enters the battlefield with a counter on it. If it dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on target creature you control. It's like modular. These cards are exciting sometimes. Probably not now, but who knows? It could be fun. It's a common. It could be fun. Mech Titan Core, 2 colorless. Artifact, vehicle, rare, 2/4, crew 2, 5 mana, exile, Mech Titan Core, and 4 other artifact creatures and or vehicles you control. Notice it doesn't say artifacts, so don't say blood, don't say treasure. It has to be 4. Excuse me. It's been 5.5 hours. Be nice. It doesn't say artifacts. You can't exile like treasures and blood tokens. It has to be artifact creatures and or vehicles. All right, if you do that thing, you get Mech Titan, a legendary 10/10 construct, artifact, creature token with flying, vigilance, trample, lifelink, haste. It's all the colors. When that token leaves the battlefield, return all cards exiled with it, except for Mech Titan Core, to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. It's Voltron. It's Go-Go Power Rangers. It's how does this work? Okay. So, say that we actually pull it off and we get all the things on the battlefield and we have the 5 mana. We activate it. We exile this and we exile the other things. And then it creates the legendary construct token. And when the token, okay, there's no way to like, I'm just looking for, is there a way to like sneak in there and make it so that you exile all your stuff, don't get them back, and you lose the token? No, not really. You can counter the ability. There's like 1 or 2 cards out there that do that. But anyway, return all the cards exiled, except for this, to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. Guys, I don't know if you thought about it. But just for your consideration, Asika's Chariot. Say you play an Asika's Chariot and you crew it and you attack with the chariot and you copy one of your cats and the opponent doesn't kill it, then all you and you have this on the battlefield, you can just tap 5 mana, exile the 3 cats and the 1 chariot, right? Yep, it's not non-token creature. You can exile the 3 cats, the 1 chariot, and you can get Mech Titan Core. And then if it dies, they have to be artifact creatures. Do they have to be? Artifact creatures. Okay, all right. My bad. You have to turn them into artifact creatures. There must be a way. Surely the chariot makes artifact creatures by now. Okay, they're going to... Here's what's going to happen, guys. They're going to errata chariot to make artifact creatures because it makes Mech Titan Core playable. Because we need chariot to do it all, baby. All right. Never mind. This and chariot... I mean, here's the thing. If chariot's one of the things you exile, when you get it back, you get 2 new cats. So that's not bad. Yeah, this card's a meme, but it's a fun meme. I'm glad we talked about it. Mirror Box, 3 colorless. Artifact, rare. The legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1. Each non-token creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control with the same name as that creature. Guys, you can have 2 chariots. And when you have Tameo, your chariot can copy a chariot and you keep the chariot. This plus chariot, guys. You can also make 2 Mech Titans. Your chariot can copy your Mech Titan token and you get to keep the copy. Finally, real support for Asika's chariot. Oh my god. I can't even. It just doesn't stop. This more jank. I'm glad we talked about it. Network Terminal. 3 colorless artifact. Tap for a mana of any color. 1 and a tap. Tap another untapped artifact you control. Draw a card, then discard a card. Nah. It's another mana rock. I'll play it in Historic Brawl somewhere, but that's about it. Ninja's Kunai. 1 artifact. Equipment. Common. Equipped creature has 1 tap. Sacrifice the Kunai. 3 damage to a target. Equip 1. Meh. Papercraft Decoy. 2/2/1. Artifact creature Frog. Frog Tribal. Just, they keep on coming, guys. When Papercraft Decoy leaves the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, draw a card. So you can blink it or return it to your hand and get extra value by putting an amount of mana into it. What if it just didn't say pay 2? What if you could like blink this and what if blinking this drew a card? Would it be a good card? It'd be interesting, right? You could sacrifice it or blink it to draw cards or return it to your hand. It's the stupid pay 2. They made the card suck. Patchwork Automaton. 2 colorless for a 1/1 uncommon artifact construct with ward 2. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Patchwork Automaton. What? Wait, what? Whenever you cast an artifact spell. So like ornithopters and stuff, Pog? I guess? Ornithopters and stuff is exciting. Guys, hear me out. This plus chariot, you get a +1/+1 counter when you play your chariot. It's so good. Along with like most of the rest of the cards in the set. Like there's still a million artifacts. I mean, this card's not bad. There's going to be a deck that wants to play this, right? That goes like really in on artifacts. So many artifacts. It says whenever you cast it. I'm trying to think of like, how do we make a loop where we're like, I guess ninjutsu on an ornithopter. We don't have like an ornithopter in standard, right? But if they put ornithopter, if the Brothers War comes out and they reprint ornithopter and you ninjutsu it, you can just play it again and more counters and nonsense. Yay. I don't think it's like a mega card, but it's a cool card. It's a cool card. Reckoner Bank Buster. Bank Buster? You mean like, is this like the MTG Arena like mascot? The Bank Buster? 2 colorless. 4/4. Artifact vehicle rare. Should have been a mythic. Reckoner Bank Buster enters the battlefield with 3 charge counters on it. It has crew 3. 2 and a tap. Remove a charge counter from Reckoner Bank Buster to draw a card. Then, if there are no charge counters on Reckoner Bank Buster, create a treasure token and a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature cruise vehicles as though add power 2 or greater. So, 3, if there are, it comes in with 3. So each one you remove, you draw a card. I mean, when you're doing that, you're not attacking with it. And then at the end, it's like a Maze Mind Tome, right? At the end, instead of gaining life, it's make a 1/1, make a treasure. I think that's generally better. The 1/1 can crew this. So it's like your Maze Mind Tome graduates from being a card draw machine to being a 4/4. I mean, it's tapped, though. That's kind of sad. It's interesting. It's a lot of value in a card. It's the weirdest Maze Mind Tome I've ever seen. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I think one of the underrated things about Maze Mind Tome is that you could play it and then just tap it for the scry so it fixed your mana situation. This doesn't. You know? You play this for 2. It really doesn't do much for a while. Like, the 2 and a tap thing is a pretty big mana investment that you can't always make. So, like, you don't really want 2 mana for a 4/4 crew 3. That wouldn't be playable. So the idea is if you play this, you're invested in actually using it. So you're spending a lot of mana to draw the cards. Guys, I don't think this is good. I wanted to. I like Maze Mind Tome a lot. I don't think it's very good. In a vehicle deck, maybe, but I mean, if you're playing this, you got to play some other pilots that could actually crew it. And to me, those cards don't look that good, you know? And then, like, say you put this in combat, the opponent kills it, you didn't draw any cards. You just, 2 mana played a maybe 4/4 that tapped the creature you played. I think it's sweet that it does something when it's not being crewed, because that's usually the downfall of vehicles. But I don't think playing this lets you play more vehicles. I'm not sold on it. I think it's I don't know, guys. I think it's bad. Yeah, I'm gonna say don't craft it, and I'm kind of sad about it. I was at first I was like, it's like Maze Mind Tome, but the more I think about play patterns, I'm like, there aren't a lot of spots, like maybe a sideboard card, right? But there aren't a lot of spots in Magic anymore where you go 2 mana, here's my artifact, next turn 2 mana draw, next turn 2 mana draw, next turn 2 mana draw. It's like a mirror breaker in Control where both players are actually doing nothing and they can't remove it. Like, that doesn't seem good to me. The best thing I just heard from chat is if you play the 4 mana Tezzeret, you get to do it for free. That's pretty cool. I'll take that. That doesn't sound bad to me. But still, like, you spent turn 2 on something that didn't really do anything. That doesn't sound great. I was going to be hyped about this card. I'm super cynical. I'm talking myself out of it. Okay, I'm going to move on. Rito Sentinel, 3 colorless for a 3/3 defender. When it enters the battlefield, target player mills 3 cards. 3 colorless, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Weird. Colorless mill cards. You know they're going to play it. It's bad, but you know they're going to play it. Runaway Trash Bot, 3 colorless. My new favorite insult from the set. Artifact creature construct 0/4 trample. It gets +1/+0 for each artifact or enchantment card in your graveyard. Next. Searchlight Companion, 3 colorless, 1/1 flying drone. Whenever it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 spiritless creature token. 3 colorless for 2 1/1s, but only one of them flies. The drone flies, the spirit doesn't. Pass. Shrine Steward, 5 colorless, 3/2 artifact creature. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an aura or a shrine. Reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. I mean, it's a tutor in colorless. Still don't think it's good. Surge Hacker Mech, 4 colorless, 5/5 menace vehicle rare. When it enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to twice the number of vehicles you control to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls with crew 4. Guys, this and Asika's Chariot, just 4 damage to a thing. And then you attack with your chariot. It's so good. It's so good. This plus chariot equal win. It has to be vehicles, right? Not artifact creatures. So how do we get more vehicles without having to play too many vehicles? Because we learned that playing all vehicles leaves you with a dysfunctional deck. I don't think you do. This card is kind of cool. I mean, on its own, 4 mana, 2 damage to a thing, and a 5/5 menace. And then if you can blink it or something, you get more value. If there is a vehicle, all-in vehicle deck, this is a good card, but I don't craft it. Don't craft it. Just play Chariot and get back Chariot. But there's another pretty sweet card to get out of the graveyard with the rat dude, if that becomes a thing. Thundersteel Colossus, 7 mana for a vehicle. That's a 7/7. It has trample, haste, and it crews for only 2. So I guess that's something you can discard and get back with your vehicle reanimator dude. That hits really hard. You don't want to cast it from your hand, though. I think that's a deal breaker there. Seriously, Chariot is still better, I think. Is it Greasefang is the name of it, I think? Anyway. Tawashi Guidebot, 4 colorless, 2/1, artifact, construct. When it enters the battlefield, put a counter on a creature you control. 4, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each modified creature you control. Meh. Too expensive. Walking Skyscraper. What's the name of the movie that was like mega hyped? That's like something about moving cities. I might have even seen this movie and I forgot what it was. Anyway, this is that. It's 8 mana. It's 8/8. It's an artifact creature construct. It's uncommon. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each modified creature you control. Mortal Engines. I never did see Mortal Engines now that I think about it. Trample. Walking Skyscraper has hexproof as long as it's untapped. All right, guys. Lands. We've got the cycle of enters the battlefield tapped, you gain a life. Dual lands. This is a reprint, so yippee-ki-yay. We're going to skip them. But the lands are some of the best cards in the set. What are the top 5 cards in the set? Probably the 5 lands. There's just no downside to frickin' playing them. They're amazing. Boseiju Who Endures. Legendary land, rare, tap for a green, channel 1 and a green to discard to destroy an artifact, enchantment, or non-basic land an opponent controls. That player may search their library for a land card with a basic land type, put it onto the battlefield and shuffle. Ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary you control. Get 1, craft 1, put it in every green deck. Unless, of course, it's like too many multicolored things. It kills Chariot. Why wouldn't we? Iganjo, Seat of the Empire, legendary land, rare, taps for a white, channel, 2 and a white, discard it. It deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. It kills Chariot. Craft 1. Play it. Uncounterable Chariot killer. Get it. Show the Chariot what's up. The bad news is it already attacked, so it gets to copy a token already. So it's not the greatest, but there's no reason not to run it instead of one of your basic planes. All right. Mech Hanger. This is a different kind of land. It's an uncommon. Tap it for a colorless. Tap it. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a pilot or vehicle. 3, tap it to attack. Target vehicle becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Target vehicle becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. This plus Chariot. They killed all your creatures, and you use this to just crew your Chariot instead, basically. Turn it into a creature, turn it sideways. Let's go. Also lets you splash Chariot in decks that couldn't splash Chariot. Excellent. All right, blue card. Adawara, Soaring City, rare, legendary land, 1 blue, channel 3 and a blue. Discard this. Return target artifact, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Just craft one and put it in all your blue decks. Imagine that you play blue in a deck that also plays Chariot. Imagine you crew your Chariot. The opponent says, haha, I use removal spell on your Chariot. I channel my Soaring City. I bounce my Chariot. So now I can play the Chariot to make more creatures and torture you further. Wonderful card with the entire format and Asika's Chariot. Oh wait, those are the same thing. Roadside Reliquary, uncommon land. Tap for a colorless. 2 tap, sacrifice Roadside Reliquary. Draw a card you control if you control an artifact. Draw a card if you control an enchantment. So if your deck has both artifacts and enchantments, I see running one of this as pretty low opportunity cost, because for 2 and a sacrifice to draw 2 cards, it's a pretty good return on what is otherwise a colorless land. Kind of cool. Again, if you're playing black, like the Sanguine Brushstroke just covers both sides all on its own. Pretty amazing in Alchemy. On the other hand, you can have cards like a Treasure Token and a Meat Hook Massacre on the field to cover this kind of thing. It's just, run one, maybe. It doesn't enter the battlefield tapped. Running one sounds totally fine if you're not already playing a ton of other colorless lands, like, Field of Ruin and such. Secluded Courtyard, uncommon land. As it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Tap for colorless. Also tap for 1 mana of any color. Spend that mana to cast a creature spell of the chosen type or activate the ability of a creature or creature card of the chosen type. Awesome. Awesome way to splash more creatures in a creature deck. You can get colorless or you can get a colored mana for a creature spell of the chosen type. Best, of course, with tribal. So Kenzen, Crucible of Defense, rare legendary land. Tap it for red, channel, 3 and a red, discard this card, create 2 1/1 colorless spirit creature tokens. They gain haste until end of turn. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Whoa, we killed all their tokens. They have nothing to copy with their Chariot. Whoa. I channel myself. Kenzen. I copy a 1/1 spirit. Okay, not the best use of Chariot today, but just saying. Still works with Chariot, and might as well play it instead of a mountain. So craft one. No reason not to. Takenuma, the Abandoned Mire. Taps for a black legendary land, rare, channel, 3 and a black, discard it. Mill 3 cards. Return a creature or planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. This costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Guys, this is obviously the worst one in the cycle. Literally doesn't work with Chariot. You can't get back a Chariot with it. It's very sad. Rip, worst card, unplayable. I would still craft one because there's actual no downside. I can't stress that enough. But no Chariot synergy? What a poorly designed card. Didn't they understand the format? Uncharted Haven. When it enters the battlefield, tapped. No! We were on such a roll. When it enters the battlefield, choose a color. Tap it for 1 mana of the chosen color. Okay. Land. Saga! Guys, this is it. This is it. All I've got to do is read these sagas, and we've done the thing. The ring will have been destroyed in the fires of doom. That's how close we are. Woo! The things I do for watch time. All right. Befriending the Moths. 4 mana, +1/+1, +1/+1 and flying. Exile it, get a 2/4. Trash. Moving on. An Era of Enlightenment. 1 and a white. Scry 2. 2. Gain 2. 3. Exile it. Return to the battlefield as 2/2 for a strike. Trash, I think? I don't think I'd play this. It's not bad, but I don't think it's good enough.
Fall of Lord Kanda, 2 and a white. Uncommon. Exile target creature opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater. Each player gains control of all permanents they own. It's about time they just reprinted a 2 mana answer absolutely everything. Just exile their Agent of Treachery and then gain your stuff back. It's about time, you know. Now that Agent of Treachery is banned in everything, it's about time we did this. Anyway, then you get a 1/3, and when it dies, you draw a card. Pog. Oh yeah, also a defender. Exiles Chariot. No, it doesn't. It says exile target creature. Chariot's a vehicle, an artifact vehicle, you noob. Zero effect on Chariot. All right. Michiko's Reign of Truth, 1 and a white, uncommon. Target creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact and enchantment you control, then do it again. Then return it to the battlefield as a 0/0 that gets +1/+1 for each artifact and enchantment you control. If you just come out of the gate swinging artifacts and enchantments, this thing can be mega buffs. This thing can buff like there might be a deck that wants to play this and just go buff crazy, you know? Not to mention, Chariot's an artifact. So, you know. Restoration of a Ganjo. This is a rare. This is a pretty exciting one that we've been waiting for. 2 and a white. Chapter 1, search your library for planes, reveal it, put into your hand, and shuffle. Chapter 2, discard a card. If you do, return target permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And Chapter 3, exile this saga, return to the battlefield transformed as a 3/4 vigilance. And whenever the Architect of Restoration, this card, attacks or blocks, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. You get a Brimaz on the backside. That card was always close to good, but never great, but is very sweet. Then you get a Plains just for playing it. Chapter 2 ramps you. It just does. Like, you can just discard that Plains you got and then put it onto the battlefield tapped from your graveyard. Like, you can just have white ramp with that, but you can also use it, say that Saga critter that we talked about. If they killed it, the opponent killed it, you just get this back. If you played the dog that draws a card for 1 and a white, and you chump block with it, you can just get it back and draw another card. Like, dude, ramp and value are on the menu for white with this card. It's so many things. It's so cool. It's a very cool card. It's not a white aggro card. So if you are a white zoomer who just wants to end every game fast, this is probably not the card for you. If you are a white mid-range gamer, this card is very exciting. And while it doesn't particularly synergize with Chariot, maybe we play it in some kind of a different mid-range shell that does something different. Crazy suggestion, I know. Absolute madness. But maybe you play it in your Hallowed Haunting deck, and it's really fun. So I'm into this card. I'm really excited to play this card. I'm going to craft 4 of them, and I'm going to build around them, and I'm going to try to find a deck that is good. I am not sure you should craft 4 of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if you had to craft 4 of them. So if you are a brewer, an experimenter, it's going to be an important part of a deck that isn't quite there yet. Doesn't quite exist. It needs to be refined. It's probably going to take a week or 2. So if you waited a week or 2 to craft this, you can, but I'm going to craft it right away. 4 of. It's not even legendary. The backside's legendary, right? Nope. You could have multiples of these. 4 of. Go. Go forth. Make spirits. Ramp. Restore. Iganjo. All right. Next one is Behold the Unspeakable. 3 and a blue. Creatures you don't control get -2/-0. That's all 5 mana for that. Wow. If you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, draw 4. Otherwise, scry 2 and draw 2. I didn't spend 5 mana to scry 2 and draw 2. Exile it. Get it back. 0/0 flying trample. +1/+1 for each card in your hand. Trash. Inventive Iteration. 3 and a blue. Return up to 1 creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. 4 mana bounce. Return an artifact card from your graveyard to your hand if you can't draw a card, at least as a replacement effect. Chapter 3. You get a 3/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast spells with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn. The quest of the gacha with this card, like, it's noble, but it's too hard to make work. And it's just too expensive for the effects. So I don't think this card is good.
It does get your chariot. It does return your chariot from the graveyard to the hand. You're right about that. But I'd rather return my chariot from the graveyard to the battlefield. So I'm gonna save my hype for that. All right. Modern Age. 1 and a blue. 1 is draw a card and discard. 2 is draw a card and discard. 3, exile this saga, return to the battlefield as a 2/3 flyer. This might be the most boring saga I've ever seen. The story about the Modern Age sucks. That's why all the good stories are about the past, guys. Nobody tells stories about right now. Guys, let me tell you a story about my stream today. You would never believe. Right? Nobody cares. They're here watching it already. It's not epic or retro or nostalgic. The Modern Age, the idea of a saga about the Modern Age is just as trash as this card. All right. The Life of Toshiro Umezawa is 1 and a black for chapters 1 and 2. Choose one. Jite, jite, jite. And if you don't know what that means, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn, and you gain 2 life. Then chapter 3, exile this, return it as a 2/3 enchanted human samurai, somehow not legendary. We can have multiple memories of Toshiro if we like. 2/3 black. Tap it, pay 1 life. Make a black mana. Spend it to cast an instant or sorcery spell. I think this card is sweet. Now, it is uncommon. It is uncommon, so you can craft it up, and we can find out if it's uncommon or not. If it were a rare, I would tell you to craft it. I think you want to play this card in some decks. I would say craft 2 if it were a rare, but I will not be surprised one bit if I'm running 4 of this, because you know what? All those white 1-drop creatures like Usher of the Fallen can get wrecked. They can just die. And if not, I'll gain life so that I live a little longer. Then I flip, I get this card. Maybe it blocks, maybe it dies, maybe it taps and helps me cast Blood on the Snow. I don't know. We're going to do cool stuff with this card. Me and the Life of Toshiro Umezawa are going to be friends. We're going to be best friends. All right. The Long Reach of Night is an uncommon 3 and a black. Chapter 1. Each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card. That's chapter 2, too. Poggers. Chapter 3, exile it. You get an 0/4. The 0/4 has menace, because why wouldn't it? It's an enchantment creature spirit. Whenever this Night's Reachy thing attacks, it gets +X/+0 until end turn, where X is the number of creature cards in defending player's graveyard. Probably trash. Definitely trash. Obika Reckoner Raid. Dude. Hype jacket in this art. 1 black mana. Each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. This is a common. That's chapter 1 and 2. Burn, gain, burn, gain. Chapter 3. You get a 2/2 menace, and vehicles you control have menace. This card is busted. This card is another common that will actually see constructed play. You just play it in an aggressive deck. Get that sweet damage. Get a 2/2. Or this plus Chariot. Because why not? Chariot with menace? So good. It's so good. Hell yes. Let's go. Vroom vroom. No, this card is great. So is this one. This is a rare. Tribute to Hirobi, 1 and a black. Each opponent creates a 1/1 black rat rogue creature token at rare. And then chapter 3, you do that twice. Chapter 3, exile it. And you get a 3/3 flying haste. When it enters a battlefield, gain control of all rat tokens. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, you draw a card. You can turn it into card draw. You like nab the opponent's rats, they come to you, and it's a 3/3 haste, so it gets damage right away. By the way, this lets you sacrifice your cat or your rat tokens to draw cards, so it's amazing with Chariot. Imagine this and Chariot working together. Amazing. I think for 2 mana, getting a 3/3 flyer in 2 turns with haste, and it can gain some value by drawing cards, and you get back the rats you handed out, I think this card is whack. Like, it's awesome. I think it's also like there's a lot of like these three black sagas are ballers in my opinion. So you're really looking for cards in black that also play well with sagas. Most of the saga synergy we see in other cards. So black cards that play with sagas well are probably better than the average. Red sagas. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 2 and a red. Chapter 1, create a 2/2 red Goblin Shaman creature token with whenever this attacks, create a treasure. Not bad. If it had haste, it would be amazing, but it doesn't. Chapter 2, you may discard up to 2 cards. If you do, draw that many cards. Chapter 3, exile it, get back. Kiki-Jiki, right? Okay, a reflection of Kiki-Jiki. 1 tap, and create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature, except it has haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next turn's end step. It's a 2/2. I think this card is bad, and I think the main reason is because when you exile it and return it as Summoning Sickness, so a 2/2 has to sit on the battlefield for another full turn cycle before you get to do the cool thing. I think that's why it's bad. Now, if you have the rabbit and equip it with the rabbit and do the thing right away, but no haste, I think makes this pretty sad. I think it's sad. Kumano Faces of Kazakhstan. Nope. Kumano Faces of Kakazan. There it is. 1 red. Chapter 1 deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. Chapter 2, when you cast your next creature spell this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional counter on it. Chapter 3, exile this saga, return to the battlefield transformed under your control. 2/2 haste. Done right. If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you control would die, exile it instead. I mean, I don't know if the exile part is amazing, but it's useful. I mean, this card is nuts, right? It's another like solid 1-drop for red. The fact that you get a damage like it got in there, like half got in there on turn 1. Chapter 2, you get the Tenacious Pup type effect in standard. So as long as you have a deck full of like 2-drops, when you play this and get your +1/+1 counter, that's really good. Not to mention it's a modified creature. There's a lot of red cards that play with that. And then chapter 3, you got a 2/2 and you're getting in there? I guess it's great against cards like Eye Twitch and Shambling Gas because those get exiled, so it turns off their dice triggers. It's awesome, dude. This card is great, and it's another uncommon. The red mages are going to love it. I'm going to hate it. Let's go. The Shattered States Era. 4 and a red, 5 mana. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste until end of turn. Man, it's not the Akroan War, is it? You have to give it back at end of turn. Chapter 2, creatures you control get +1/+0. Chapter 3, you get a 3/3. It has trample and haste. Trash. Uza's Many Journeys, 1 and a green. 1, you may play an additional land. I mean, if it drew a card, it would be Growth Spiral and it would be broken, so whatever. Chapter 2, you gain 3 life. Chapter 3, you get a 3/3. When it becomes blocked, untap 3 lands. The hell is that? It's weird. It's like weird. I am 0 pogged for Azusa's Many Journeys. I will just take Azusa, please. That would be nice. Boseiju Reaches Skyward. 3 and a green, uncommon. Search your library for 2 lands, reveal them, put them into your hand. Why not the battlefield? Chapter 2, put up to 1 target land card from your graveyard on top of your library. Why not your hand? Saga is just scuffed all over. Chapter 3, you get a 0/0 reach with +1/+1 for land you control. Blah! No good. The Dragon Kami Reborn. 2 and a green. Chapters 1, 2 are the same. You gain 2 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Exile 1 of them face down with a hatching counter on it. Put the rest on the bottom in any order. Chapter 3, return this to the battlefield as an 0/1 enchantment creature egg. And it says whenever the egg or a dragon you control dies, you may cast a creature spell from among cards you own in exile with hatching counters on them without paying its mana cost. So this or a dragon dies, you get one of those things you exiled early on for free. And it's cast. It is cast? It's cast. So Ulamog, boom. That is some convoluted way to cast something for free. Seems too convoluted for me. I mean, you even have to hit it in your top 3. You could just whiff. Seems... not the way I want to spend turn 3. Craft 0. Sorry. Not there. Not that great of a story. Jugun defends the temple. Mythic Saga. Hype. You have to like pay up to hear this story. 2 and a green. 1, create a 1/1 monk that can tap for a green. 2, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 critters. 3, exile it, you get a 2/2. The 2/2 does, well, it has flying. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay X. When you do, put X +1/+1 counters on that creature. As long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, Remnant of the Rising Star gets +5 and has trample. That's so many things. Holy crap. Voxy is rating with 521 Voxy fans. 521 potentially foul-mouthed, foul-tongue invocations. Hi, Voxy. How was your stream? I don't think you've rated me in like 4 years. Not your fault. Just I didn't stream much. I was never on when you logged off, I'm sure. But welcome. How are you guys doing? So yeah, cool. The Remnant of the Rising Star. You guys have probably already heard about these cards because weren't you doing a review? Oh, you were playing today, but you did a review recently. So if you want to hear about them all over again, with a little bit of snark, we're actually right at the end. We don't have far to go. We're going to wrap it up soon. So basically, stick around for what's going to be some kind of a raid hype train, because we're going to take the raid somewhere else in just a few minutes. Anyway, Remnant of the Rising Star. Is this card any good? As long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, +5/+5 and trample, like 5 or more modified creatures. I mean, it kind of helps you get there with whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you can do the counters. And on the other side, 2 creatures gain counters. I just think it's like, no way, right? No way. Yes, I've been reviewing cards for 6 hours. Whatever. It is what it is. I am a professional. I do this for a living. I can do it. All right. No sympathy votes needed, but I'll take a couple of follows and maybe a little sub, maybe a little prime. Yeah, what you think? All right. I think this card, I phrase whether a card is good and bad in the rares and mythics with how many you should craft if you want to play competitive constructive magic, competitive constructed magic. And I would say for competitive constructed magic, I'm giving this a 0. I don't see what deck this fits in, Just don't see it. Where are you viewing these? This is the official Wizards image gallery. There you go. Tales of Master Seshiro, 4 and a green. Common. Chapter 1 and 2 are the same. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. Chapter 3, exile the saga. Then return to the battlefield transformed. 5/5, vigilance haste. So the primary meme for the 500 of you just joining us, the primary meme of today's show, is it good with the Seeker's Chariot? The answer is once again, yes, we can put counters on our vehicles and they gain vigilance. So why not? Just another busted card with Chariot. Because Chariot is, I don't know if you guys have actually been through this set, like with a Chariot mindset. There are so many cards where it's like, okay, this in Chariot is busted. It's the let's push Chariot further set. All right. Teachings of Kirin, 1 and a green. This is a rare. For 1, mill 3 cards. Create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. For 2, put a counter on target creature you control. And for 3, return this to the battlefield as a 1/1 Snake Monk. When it attacks, choose 1. Target creature card from a graveyard. Exile target creature card from a graveyard. If you do, you get a spirit. Chapter 2, exile target non-creature card from a graveyard. If you do, put a counter on a creature you control. It's a lot of stuff in one card. and it's only 2 mana. I just don't think any of it's on rate, you know? Like none of it draws you a card. All of it just makes little nerdy stuff. It's cool with Willowgeist. Like, no question, this thing helps Willowgeist maximize Willowgeist potential. I'm still just not... Is that the only way it's good? Because if that's the only way it's good, there's no way I'm going to get excited and craft it, right? Because I think that is. Like, all the other stuff, it's a lot of different stuff, but it adds up to me to be like, what did we really spend our turn 2 and the last 3 turns on? Not too much, in my opinion. What I want is like a Sakura Tribe Elder. I want to be able to like somehow get a land out of it, you know? Or at least something better than a 1/1. Yeah. I don't think I would craft this card. My recommendation is not to craft this card unless you love Willow Dusk. If Willow Dusk makes you happy, you should try it with this card. It'll make you happy to try it out. All right. 2 cards, guys. 2 cards to go. We're at the door. We're at the door to the heart of Mount Doom. All we gotta do is get in there and throw this freaking ring off this freaking cliff, guys. I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you. Somebody carry me. Where's Sam? I need somebody to carry me. Hitsugu consumes all. 1 and a black and a red. Mythic frickin' saga. Chapter 1. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. Chapter 2. Exile all graveyards. Chapter 3. Exile this saga, you get a 3/3 trample. And whenever this deals damage, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And whenever it deals damage to a player, if it has dealt 10 or more damage to that player this turn, they lose the game. Pretty big quest. Pretty big quest. It's good against Chariot. I mean, you killed the cats. What do you want, a cookie? It's not even impressive. I don't know if that's even impressive. As we've talked about many times with Chariots, killing the cats is not enough. Weird card. I can't picture a game in Standard where you get everything you needed out of it. I just don't see it. I mean, this tries to fight Cat and Oven, but it doesn't. I don't know if it works even that well. Because if they just have a food, they pull the cat back out, you know? So it doesn't work that well. I don't know. It's okay. The food dies. Yeah, but what if they make another one? I guess it kills the squirrel and the goose and the food and the oven. And then if they don't make a food the next turn, that exiles the cat. So you could say that this is good tech against cat oven. I still think it's I'm not even that excited about that. Maybe I'm underestimating it. What's odd to me, I think the best place for this card is competitive EDH. And maybe it's not that good because 3 mana is a lot in that format. But like in EDH, the idea of killing everybody's soul rings and mana crypts just on the spot and wiping their graveyard sounds pretty cool to me. But I don't see this as an important card in Standard unless things change a lot. Like a lot. So my advice is not to craft Hitsugu Consumes All. 0 on the craft. And that's a good thing. The more rares and mythics I can tell you not to craft because I don't think you need them to play competitive ladder on Arena, the cheaper it is. And that's okay. All right, next up. The Kami War, our last card of the day. 1 white, blue, black, red, green, mythic enchantment saga. Chapter 1, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Boom. Chapter 2, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, then each opponent discards a card. Boom, boom. Chapter 3, 6/6, all colors, flying, trample, Okagaki, made manifest. Whenever it attacks, defending player chooses a non-land card from your graveyard. return that card to your hand. And this gets plus X+0, where X is the mana value of the card. Really hard to cast. In a world with amazing mana and world trees, somebody can probably do this if they really want to. But, like, the effect is good, the card is good, but it's not so good that you stretch it to those colors. With, like, it's not a good enough reason on its own to play 5 colors. So what is? Tiamat? Tiamat, you can fix your mana with Orb of Dragonkind. So that's not it. So what I'm going to say is that do not craft this card. You don't need it. It's fun. If you get it and you want to build stuff around it with shrines or things like that, do it. But you don't have to craft it. So that's number 1. 0 craft. Number 2. This plus Chariot. If Chariot is the only card in your graveyard, you can return the Chariot to your hand and this attacks for 10.